Sí, es la música del video, la música del video, nada más que si me podías hablar un poco para probar.
Un, dos, tres para seguridad social.
Asistencia médica. Hoy llegamos muy temprano al hospital. Mi hermana tiene varios días con dolor de oído y por eso vinimos a ver al médico. Ahí está sentada en la sala de espera. Se ve achicopalada, como dice mi mamá. No sé si es por el dolor o porque tiene sueño, como yo.
Un, dos, tres para seguridad social.
Desempleo. A mi hermana la despidieron hace poco. Ella dice que fue injusto. Ahora recibe una ayuda mientras consigue un nuevo empleo. Es un dinero que le sirve para moverse y cubrir algunos gastos. Yo la miro cuando se prepara para salir. Le digo que así de bonitos seguros consigue un trabajo en un lugar muy elegante. Ella me mira y se ríe antes de salir con su carpeta en la mano.
la seguridad social. Migrantes. Nosotros no somos de aquí, llegamos caminando de muy lejos, pero eso fue cuando yo todavía era una niña. Los domingos vendemos fruta en el mercado. Cuando no hay mucha gente, mi mamá atiende a mi hermano que llora y
Recording in progress. Recording in progress.
Un, dos, tres para seguridad social.
Asistencia médica. Hoy llegamos muy temprano al hospital. Mi hermana tiene varios días con dolor de oído y por eso vinimos a ver al médico. Ahí está sentada en la sala de espera. Se ve achicopalada, como dice mi mamá. No sé si es por el dolor o porque tiene sueño, como yo.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Muy buenos días.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Welcome. Welcome, everyone, and thank you for joining us today here at the Ibero-American Social Security Conference in person. And also, thank you for joining us via Zoom and via social media. So we will be continuing the activities in the framework of the Social Security Week. For us, it is an honor and a pleasure to have the participation of our speakers that will be talking about disability, public policies, and social security. Maria Teresa Gonzalez, a technical and legal advisor of the CISS, welcomes you on behalf of Álvaro Hernández. I also have with me Dr. Luz Ángela Cardona Acuña, Specialists Coordinator of the Social Security Institution and the Inter-American Social Security Conference. I will now to pass the floor to the Subdirector Brandon Perez Gonzalez and Dr. Sara Rosa Medina, Academic Coordinator and Higher Education Institutions Outreach Program. So welcome, Brandon, go ahead. Thank you, Counselor. Before continuing, I would like to remind you if you are joining from Zoom and social media, we are organizing the first International Health and Security Congress in workplaces with the participation of the Andean sub-region and the collaboration of the American Commission of Workplace-Related Injuries Prevention. It will be held in Mexico City at the headquarters of the CISS, and you will be able to follow it in social media. You are seeing now a QR code that will redirect you to the enrollment webpage. For our membership, is an online free Congress, and we are able to welcome you both in person and remotely. It is a forum that will be carried out on May 7th and 8th, where we will be having panels on perspectives on work-related risks. We will be having Colombia, Peru, and Bolivia's memberships. We will also be having conversations about work-related health, where we will have the Ministry of Labor joining us, the head of the Public Security Institution, and the Social and Economic Division at the IMSS representative. We'll also be talking about premiums for work-related risk on behalf of the minister. So we invite you to join us, whether in person or remotely, in the CISS endeavor. And I would like to remind all of your attendees that today we have simultaneous interpretation to English for this activity, both in Zoom and in social media, so that you can follow this conference in English or in Spanish. We would also like to remind you that this will be equal to 80% participation, and you will be receiving a certificate of attendance. Now I would like to thank everyone for joining us today as panelists. We would like to especially thank Catalina Torres, consultant working with us at the CISS in matters of disabilities, and Macarena Servin, Vice President on the Committee for all forms of discrimination against persons and against disability, disappearance of the OAS in Paraguay. Marta Garcia of the Movement of People with Disabilities, Joan Marruanda, Advisor of Corporate Research for the Development of Social Security, COTS, Amalia Cambio Rios, Vice President of the Committee on the Rights of People with Disabilities in the UN, Flor Esperanza Rodriguez Ferro, therapist and coordinator of the Biomedical Institution, the CISO. Your presence enriches our conference in this new agenda that we are promoting here at the CISS about people living with disability. Now, let me add that this session will be divided into two. The first will be a presentation by Catalina Torres that will trigger the conversation among the panelists joining us today. And later on, I will act as a moderator asking some questions. I will register the order of their participation, and you will have up to 2 minutes to answer the question that I will be asking. Without any further ado, I would like to pass the floor to Dr. Sara Rosa so that she can introduce the first panelist, Catalina. Go ahead, doctor. Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to be with you today this morning. I would like to welcome you, warmly welcome you, and I would like to introduce Catalina Torres, consultant that will be working with us and with the CISS in the case of disabilities and public policies for disabilities. Severina Catalina Torres Cuevas is an academic and activist. She is Mexican. She is from San Luis Potosí. She's center-focused in the rights of people with disability and inclusion. She has a degree in dramatic representation, and she has a master's in political matters and public policies matters at CONACYT Center. Catalina Torres Cuevas has a wide experience in teaching Spanish to non-native speakers in Mexico, England, and other countries. She has widely worked with organizations of civil society, promoting accessibility and inclusion of people with disabilities, coordinating volunteer students groups, and assessment projects. Catalina Torres Cuevas has acted as a director in Gilberto Rincón Gallardo's institution. She has been part of state councils on human rights and follow-up committees in San Luis Potosí. She has published research on the social model of disability, and she has organized consultations with the disabilities community in order to develop municipal development plans. Her work builds bridges among Mexico activism and public policies related to the rights of people with disabilities. In the Inter-American field, the discussion on who should be receiving the social public policies and affirmative actions oriented towards including people with disability acquire a crucial and critical relevance. This debate does not only address justice and equality and equity, but it also reflects the fundamental and guiding principles in the region. Since it explores the different points of views around this matter, the aim is not only to understand the complexities regarding inclusion of people with disabilities, but also, above all, identifying focuses, approaches, and effective strategies that promote the full participation and respect of their rights throughout life fields. These reflections does not only enrich public debate, but it also contributes to the building of inclusive and fair societies throughout the Inter-American region. Please go ahead, Catalina. The floor is all yours. I just need permission to activate my camera. Thank you. Just a moment, please.
Si me hacen favor de,
Proyectar a
ya
pantalla.
está. Ya.
And could I also be allowed to share my screen? Thank you so much. Okay. There.
No me deja encender el video.
I'm still not able to turn on my camera. Could you help me with that?
Sí.
Just a second, Catalina. Thank you.
Sí. Si no, no importa, empezamos de todos modos.
If not, it is okay. I mean, I can start like that. It's okay. It doesn't matter.
Si quieren, empezamos, no importa, en lo que le hayan.
I can start. It's okay. It doesn't matter. While you can enable my camera, I can start.
Sí, adelante, Catalina.
Yes, go ahead, Catalina. Thank you.
Pues buenos días.
Good morning. I am very glad to be with you today to discuss a matter that I'm passionate about, public policies for people with disability. I would like to start. First slide, please. Well, I would like to start by saying that in general, the government believes that disability is something that doesn't have to be necessarily studied, or it doesn't necessarily have to be, I mean, we are still living with inertia, bringing that it is a matter of goodwill, a matter of people that are falling in disgrace because they have a problem, poor people. So the governments, despite having a convention that was signed since 2016, governments still believe these archaic, old, ancient ideas that disability is a personal problem, is not something that has to necessarily be addressed by public policies or only by public policies of social welfare, actually. So, I mean, providing wheelchairs, providing a meal, etc. And that's that, that's all the extent of the responsibility of the governments, the way we perceive it today, at least in Mexico. So very quickly, I would like to set some grounds, some foundations in order to discuss
¿Quién puede considerarse una persona
who can be considered a person with disability, because there are still many questions surrounding this, and who cannot be considered as a person with disability. Very quickly, we have some other disability models. However, we are only going to address these two, the medical model and the social model. The medical model was created along with the technological advances and progress, the worldwide ones that came in the 20th century. We don't have the same quality of life nor the same life expectancy today compared to 100 years ago. In 1924, for example, at that time, life expectancy was way less than the one we have today. Today, we are around 80 years old of age, and at that time, they would hardly turn 50 or 60. So, well, all of the medical progress has allowed people to live longer. And this helps build the medical model. seeing people as incomplete, as sick, as something's missing, so we have to give them that something. The medical model explains that the problem is the person. The person is the one that has to be fixed. So all of the policies that are developed in that sense uh, have the idea of fixing incomplete people. That's the main goal. On the contrary, the social model explains that it is not the person that has the problem, but the society. The society that doesn't have that planning, that doesn't plan in order to meet the needs of people with disabilities. This means that the person is not the one having a problem if they cannot walk. It's the society that is the one having a problem when they have obstacles and barriers that prevent people with disability from developing themselves. And that's the same for any other type of disability. Next, please. Here we have two definitions of disability. One goes back to 1980, and this is by the WHO. Any and every restriction or absence of capability of carrying out an activity within the margin of what's considered normal for a human being. Well, so they were called abnormal because they couldn't do a normal activity. This means that the restriction lies on the person. And here we see a figure, an image of a person, and the arrows are pointing at that person, which indicates that the problem lies on the person. And it goes hand in hand with the WHO definition. In 2006, the definition and the convention hasn't really issued a clear and specific definition. However, it established everything necessary so we can all work on a definition on what disability is. So it reads that disability is a concept that evolves, and that's the result of the interaction between people with deficiencies and the barriers to attitude and environment that prevent their full participation in the society under equal conditions. So here the problem is not the person, but the environment, the surroundings. This was a radical change of paradigm. I mean, we cannot establish the same policies that we would establish before as of as of this social model and what many consider the date of birth of the social convention, which gave in turn birth to the new definition of what a disability is. Next one, please. So the medical model, as I mentioned before, is just that the problem is you. You are the problem, so you as a person with disability has to solve, to fix your problem. So here we have an image where the doctor, the physician will say you will be integrated when you go to the other side, you go down the stairs, you go up and down the mountain, you cross the river. So the medical model of inclusion lies on the person with the disability. Next one, please. So now we are gonna see that disability does not depend on the person. Here we have a picture of a person at the center of the slide, and they cannot use the different services. For example, a public restroom, at a restaurant, at a place where they could attend, they cannot use the public restroom. Here, they even have a signal that the bathroom is accessible. Many times, people think that just by adding a sign, then the restroom will magically turn into accessible, but that's not the way it works. Of course, transportation, that's not accessible either. Design is not accessible either. the lack of culture that we have, the lack of respect, not only towards people with disability, but in general. In general, we have a problem. We lack culture, the proper culture and education. So here we have people with certain diagnoses. Let's assume that they cannot use their legs, that they cannot stand up, let's say. But here we will see what happens with the next slide, please. Here we have a person that lives by themselves, that could have the possibility of living by themselves without any problems, because the place where they live is properly adapted. They can use the public transportation under equal conditions. This person can also have a job under equal conditions. So this person doesn't really need to be hired along with other people in wheelchairs. So everyone in a wheelchair, come and we will hire you. No. I'm sure this person was able to go to school, study whatever degree they wanted, and now this person can work for what he studied. At night, he can go to a nightclub, to a bar, to whatever he wants to, just as any other person, because he doesn't have any problem using using public facilities. In this case, it would be a bar, a nightclub, and he can go back home without any problems. So let's assume that this person here has the same deficiency, the same diagnosis as the one you just saw in the previous slide. But they don't have the same disability, definitely. It is not the same disability, definitely. Not the same as the previous person at all. But it doesn't depend on this person's diagnosis. It depends on the environment, on the surroundings. The next one, please. So, well, what does the convention state? Exactly this, that it is the combination between deficiencies and barriers, obstacles, which result in a disability. But then it is not a deficiency by itself. And that's not in it by itself. I mean, a deficiency in itself does not generate disability. The disability is generated when you add barriers, when you add obstacles. So we have to have both of them in order to result in disability. Next one, please.
Muy bien.
Very well. So the social model, according to the Supreme Court of Justice, according to the sentences and ruling, well, the government is a little bit behind. The Mexican Supreme Court of Justice, nevertheless, has progressed in the study and in settling the foundations, as at least, so that public policies can be developed in the right direction. So what we have here is that what the Supreme Court states is the following. Disability, its legal analysis under the light of a social model stated in the Convention on the Rights of People with Disability. The social model states that the cause generating a disability is the context in which the person develops. So, under the light of each model, the disability should be considered as a disadvantage caused by the barriers and obstacles that the social organization generates when it doesn't understand properly the needs of peoples with functional diversities. So it could be concluded that disabilities are not diseases. So the conclusion is that the disability is not a disease. Next, please. Now, considering the previously stated description, and if we include this in the social model, we should then discuss what has been traditionally compared. And this is very important to understand the comparison among disabilities and diseases, because understanding the nature of this model, any disability should be conceived by addressing the constraints limited by the contextual barriers and obstacles related to functional diseases. And now it is important to remember here that a functional disability, this should be understood as a deficiency. But here they don't use the word deficiency anymore. They used functional diversity related to functional diversities constituting an autonomous term. So disability is an autonomous term. It's not the same, hence it is not included in the concept of a disease. And I think that's the presentation. However, I'd like to add that, and I don't know if you have the video, if we could play the video. I would really like for you to look at this video that was taken.
Hace 2 semanas.
Today is the 29th, so it was recorded 2 weeks ago in the INE meetings, the Electoral National Institute. We are under an electoral process today, and there are some affirmative actions that are happening for people with disability so that they can be a candidate, so that they could also access other sort of benefits, so to speak. And let's see, this is a meeting. This is a meeting of the council. These are all councillors of the Electoral National Institute, INE. So, let's see what a councillor says in this sense. Could you please press play? So through this agreement project, we are accepting certain rulings, sentences, but I want to discuss two of them. There's a case where the higher court stated that fibromyalgia that a candidate aspiring is enough so that she can be a candidate to comply with an affirmative action in favor of people with disability. I send a written observation to explain that the National Council of the INE is not authorized to state the seriousness of a disease, and if we can, we adhere to what the medical records state. However, as of what the higher court established, that appears that they want for us to be the ones that determine the seriousness of the disease, I found it important to mention this observation in the session. Now, secondly, this means that, well, they're talking about the disability as a disease. And she talks about how serious this disease can be so that it can be considered as a disability. This is what the Superior Court is asking them, mandating them to do. So we're talking about a person that represents an institute where there isn't any guideline, there isn't a notion that the disability is not a disease. So, well, that's all I would like to share with you. So we can start with a conversation afterwards. Thank you, Catalina. I think this presentation triggers a conversation. For the next stage, before introducing our panelists, I would like to remind you that the Inter-American Social Security Conference has a golden certificate in equality and non-discrimination in labor matters, and these activities, besides being basis foundations of social security, we also promote all sorts of equality and non-discrimination, gender equality, sexual orientation, and now inclusion of people with disability. And I have the pleasure to introduce all of our panelists, emphasizing the fact that we have multi-sectorial, high-level specialists panel. So we would like to thank you on behalf of the Secretary General to making some room in your agendas to be with us today. So first of all, I would like to introduce Oma Ferreira, Vice President of the Committee for the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against People with Disability of the OAS. Sulma is a professional with a sound academic education and a wide knowledge in psychology and social work. She's a specialist in clinical psychology. She has a master in social development with a summa cum laude distinction and a specialization in rehabilitation of people with disability. She has trained in social and economic policies, tools for social management, and evaluation of social programs. She has participated in international training courses on rehabilitation policies and people leadership, people with disability leadership. She has had role of leadership in inclusion of people with disability. She has been a vice president of the second committee for people with disability at the OAS, and she has also held important positions in Senadis and at Vida Independiente SO institution. Her work focuses on the inclusion of people with disabilities. Thank you so much, Solma. Welcome. We also have Marta García, co-founder of Movimiento de Personas con Discapacidad. Marta is an activist for the rights of people with disability, co-founder and general coordinator of the Movimiento de Personas con Discapacidad in Mexico and in Latin America. She has participated in different fora of the public and private sector to talk about matters of awareness and inclusion of people with disabilities, human rights, non-discrimination, inclusive language, women with disability, labor and work inclusion, among others. She works with different organizations and groups that work with people with disability and supports with the outreach among these groups. She's working to get her degree at the National Mexican Autonomous University on Social Studies. Thank you so much, Marta. Welcome. We also have John Maruanda Restrepo, investigation and research advisor for Social Development Institution at Colombia. He's a surgeon by the Universidad Pontificia Bolivariana, specialized in nuclear medicine by the National Institute of Cancerology, Universidad Javeriana de Bogotá, and he has a master in economy of health and health management by Pompeu Fabra University in 1999. He has a wide experience in analysis and evaluation of public policy and social politics and protection. At the Ministry of Health, she has worked in health management divisions. He has worked in Ibero-American Liaisons Against Cancer, the Colombian Liaison Against Cancer. He worked as a director in the community of citizen participation institutions in in the control of public management. He has also taught in postgraduate studies and pregraduate studies at the University Jorge Tadeo Lozano, and he has been a guest catedratic at Savannah University. Welcome, John, and thank you for being with us today. We also have Amalia Gamiot Rios, Vice President of the Committee on the Rights of People with Disabilities of the UN. Amalia was born in Mexico City. She's a doctor at UNAM, and she studied medicine at UNAM. And she's director of the studies on people with disabilities and their rights at the Universidad of Salamanca. And she has worked in the draft of the rights of people with disability in the UN until it was approved by the General Assembly in 2006. She was elected as a member of the Committee for the Rights of People with Disability from 2019 to 2022, and she was re-elected for the period of 2023-2026. Currently, she is also the Vice President of the Committee for the 2023-2024 period. She's co-president of the working group on disinstitutionalization efforts, where she prepared guidelines on disinstitutionalizing, including emergency situations approved by the plenum of the committee on September 9, 2022. She was a member of the working and task force that developed the Article 8 on the right to employment. She's a member of the Division of Complaints of Women and Girls with Disability, and she's also in charge of the General Observation for Article 11 of the Convention on Risk and Emergency Situations, Humanitarian Risk Situations. Welcome, Amalia. Last but not least, we have Flor Esperanza Rodriguez Ferro. She is an occupational therapist and she has a sound academic development and a wide professional experience in health and social inclusion. She's a graduate of the Columbia National University. She has continued her education with postgraduate studies in occupational health management. She has 2 masters, one in disability and social inclusion, another one in education. She's certified by the Collaborative Center of the WHO PAHO divisions as an instructor of functioning disability and health departments. She has a knowledge in assessment and scoring of disability and work ability. Her experience covers different positions, including consultancy for the Ministry of Health and Social Protection in Colombia, in implementation of international standards and the construction for the score of lack of work ability. She has led the national coordination for educational inclusive programs, as well as rehabilitation strategies in the community for people with disability and vulnerable population. As a consultant and advisor, has contributed to the design of processes related to disability, the educational, social, and neighbor inclusion, rehabilitation, work reintegration, and health and security in the workplace. She has also been a critical element in the creation of decrees and tools for the score of loss of workability, as well as the certification of disability, both in Colombia and in Dominican Republic. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us today. As I mentioned at the beginning, I am going to share 2 questions. And one question, sorry. So through the Zoom tool, please raise your hand. I will write down your questions, and the panelists will have 2 minutes so that they can answer said questions. And the first question is about what are the differences between the medical model and the social model on disability? So Dr. Amalia will answer first. Afterwards, we will have Flor. Sulma will be in 3rd place. If another panelist wants to answer, please let me know. Amalia, please go ahead. Thank you. It is an honor to be at the Inter-American Social Security Conference, CISS, where I have several certificates of attendance. And I would also like to thank Catalina Torres for the invitation, the kind invitation. Well, the differences are huge. First, Catalina already said it very well, and as letter E of the introduction of the convention, and she already read it, because disability is a concept that evolves, an evolving concept. It's changing, it will continue to change. So the most important aspect of what Catalina mentioned, which is a paradigm change, is that the interaction of people with disabilities or with deficiencies and the barriers that the society builds, so it prevents them from being in an equal condition situation compared to the rest. Secondly, I would say that it clearly recognizes that it is the society, the one that doesn't provide a person with disability the right aid to be on their equality of opportunities, but it even places barriers and obstacles. That's what's worse. And the third element of this change of paradigm is that it doesn't accept that society protects people with disability, but as it has been mentioned before, they have to provide equal opportunities so they can include. And Catalina already showed several tools that could offer equal opportunities, that there aren't physical barriers, nor communication barriers, nor information barriers, and to have the right tools, as a JAWS screen reader for people with poor vision. And unfortunately, the model, the medical model, is still very present. And I would say the most transcendent and revolutionary change was produced when the option was changing from believing that a person with disability was a merely receiver of assistance, of aid, towards one that considers them as a subject of rights, where the focus of disability stopped being focusing on the person, and it was moved to the barriers. And the acceptance of human rights movement that is in the convention has as a consequence the fact that society has to organize their political and economical structure, including people with disability, respecting the dignity of those that are different. And as I said before, it is unfortunate that almost 20 years after the convention was enforced, the medical model still prevails in almost all of the state members. We've already saw it in the INE video, and it is not only that, but it doesn't consider that the other forms of protectionism are part of the medical model, such as insisting with special ed schools, denying legal capacity on people that have intellectual disability, or institutionalizing without the consent of the people with psychosocial disability, or denying boys and girls with disability the right to sexual education. Thank you very much. Thank you, Amalia. Your information is very interesting, and this intersectionality in this group in situation of vulnerability that has to be considered. If it's okay with you, when you are only 30 seconds away from finishing the 2 seconds, I will raise my hand to let you know so that you see that you have 30 seconds left, and because I don't want to interrupt you. Floor, please go ahead. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this opportunity, for this invitation. Today, I would like to specifically address a research project that's called the National Situation of People with Disability that have been duly certified that are non-subject to invalidity insurance, and we include social benefits that they may be receiving due to disability. It is important for me that you know that this was a research process that is in the last stage already between the National Autonomous University of Colombia, the Faculty of Medicine, the Department of Human Foundation that I represent today, and the Corporation for the Development of Social Security, the COES. So as a result of this research project that had the participation of 3 different territories that were selected within Colombia, and its scope was not only a documentary review of the current status of that multidimensional situation, but that it took also into account analyzing the implementation of public policies where the certification of a disability, which is maybe one of the most important challenges throughout the community, not only for institutional players, but also people with disability, became a critical element. With this same idea in mind, and to focus on the question at hand, it is important to take into account that in Colombia, since 2018, this certification process started, not only as a response to the model transitioning, but also as a response to our legislative changes, since what it was found, and which is part of the conclusions of this study that will be socialized very soon in Colombia in May, has to do with the fact that the entrance to the certification process of people with disability is the medical model or the biomedical model, which means that in Colombia, in order to be able to certify a person, initially we start from a medical identification of a medical examination where one of the requirements is the medical records. And this is something that we would also investigate, research. What barriers these people still facing? And in this sense, yes, many barriers have been overcome. However, one critical one is still the fact that in our territory and in the territories that were taken into account, many people do not even have a clinical record, a medical record, which means that they have been recognized as people with disability. They are recognized as people with disability because of the difficulties that they have had to live. However, in Colombia, the entrance door is that medical process that once it is uploaded in the different systems, allow people to be able to access an interdisciplinary assessment in order to be certified. Hence, we don't see a clear transition of these models. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Flor. Actually, it's important to add that we heard of the research that CODES was doing, and that's why we wanted to invite you in this first meeting in between the Andean region and our conversation, because this strengthens the work that we do at the conference. So we will be very attentive to the publication of this effort. And this ability has been quite interesting by the statutory division. I would like to welcome Jorge Diangelo and the president of Prevention, Graciela Gil, Prevention in Work-Related Risk. So thank you so much for being with us today. Please go ahead, Zulma. Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to share this moment with all of you. What I wanted to add, because almost everything has already been said, about both models. But what I wanted to show you is that regarding the social model, and despite still being under the medical rehabilitating model, the social model, or well, the convention brought many changes, and these changes have been analyzed slowly but surely. For example, we have adhered to Article 19, which talks about independence of people with disability. And above all, it talks about a human or animal aid being provided. So human aid-wise, we are working at a Latin American level on the education of personal assistants that could support people with a disability. I'm going to be brief, and I'm going to ask Marta to discuss a little bit further, because she is, as well as I am, working in this. But she is part of the Latin American network of an independent life, and in May, they will have a meeting in Colombia. So I would like to pass the floor to her so that she can provide some continuity. Thank you. Thank you, Sulma. And yes, I had Marta's participation already on record here. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I am very excited. First of all, because of the invitation. Thank you so much for the invitation. And also because I will be able to share with these amazing people. And I would like to go back to the medical model for a moment, because it appears that we just take this for granted. And I think that the medical model, on one hand, is quite focused on disability, yes, on on perceiving people as someone sick, in trying to restore their health, and for them to be cured. For them to include their physical limitations and constraints. And well, this person, through this medical treatment, will go back and readdress their lives. However, it is always focused on the medical element. And this is something that we have been carrying over since the World War II. And it is something that we still see prevailing. However, socially speaking, this has fully changed because the participation is already centered in the person with disability. So a person with disability, of course, can also raise their voice, and they have the right to fight for their rights, actually. So this aims to eliminate social and physical barriers posed before them. We are also fighting for empowerment and autonomy of the people with disability. And what Solma was just saying, there will be a meeting in Colombia, and this is in order to, through Article 19, aim for them to be able to live independently and included in the community, to have a right to be able to coexist as any other person, but also guaranteeing this equality in opportunities. Something that Catalina mentioned was being able to be accessible and to carry out the right adjustments so that people can have access to equality, so they can develop themselves in any field, if they want to go to school, if they want to have fun. So this social model changes the vision towards persons with disabilities because they have the right to be able to relate to other people in other environments, because it appears that only people with disability will meet with other people with disability. And this is, of course, false. It's wrong, because we can be in any environment. So this social model has come to change all of this idea existing about people with disability from the medical point of view, thinking that we are sick, looking at us with pity. It used to be believed that we were even people that were not even fit for life, right? So basically, that'll be all. These are the differences I wanted to share with you. Thank you so much, Marta. I would like to take advantage to thank you for your immediate availability, because you were the first panelist to accept the invitation. So this conference will be an echo for your words and for the conference that will happen in Colombia. And we will be very glad to know a little bit more about it. And John, thank you. You also raised your hand. Please go ahead. Thank you so much. I would like to highlight the intervention of Professor Esperanza. Despite not being an expert in the matter, in the world of people with disabilities, I see many possibilities, and I agree with her that we have left the medical model, yes, but not enough, because people have developed great abilities in other fields, in the emotional field, in the cognitive field as well. And I think that the fact that we are always seen at the dysfunctional element has a negative point of view from Constitution. And that's a constraint. That's also a legal constraint in promoting other abilities. The second thing is that people focused on this social element to remove the series of barriers, not only physical, but also social ones, because people with disability have a huge opportunity to participate in other type of social policies, not only in those that are related to their disability. I think that it is also a constraint that being set in the political participation field. So in some way, I think we need to go from that dysfunctionality criteria to because we do a positive discrimination. So we need to go to an advanced political environment, because people with disability can are not only able to make an opinion on their own situation, but also in other political scopes. For example, education. Colombia, for example, has very serious problems in terms of the groups of boys, girls, and adolescents that are not able to finish primary school. And this is a huge problem. So I think that the social political aspects are also another element where people with disability could participate, not only from their own disability, but also in the general environment. Thank you, John. Actually, I was remembering that in last March, we had a forum on the inclusion of people with disability to the workplace. We had the participation of Brazil, and they were actually saying what you said. In Brazil, there's still a quota in companies that the companies have to cover. But this sector claims that sometimes people with disability don't have academic profiles to be able to cover these positions. And it is because one of their rights has been violated, the right to an education. That's why they cannot go have a formal job. Flor, I think you raised your hand. Afterwards, we will go to Amar. Yes, I would like to complete what Dr. Marlanda was discussing. Based on the object of study and in the framework of Social Security, a relevant finding is to take into account that normally it is believed from public policies for people with disability. However, one of our representative findings is that in terms of public policies, well, public policy should be only one. We should be talking about one public policy, and that public policy, for example, in terms of disability, well, people with disability feel that they participated, but they are still left out. They are still left out in terms of gender perspective, for example, equity perspective, for example. Another important element that's the result of this research effort and elaborated interviews to 18 relevant players is that one thing is to talk about intersectoriality and another thing is to talk about intersectionality. And under this framework, the variability of intersectionality in terms of public policies and disability is quite far what the policy defines from what people expect, as well as the different players and what they expect. Thank you so much, Flor. Personally, I really like to follow up on this intersectionality because we've been told that we should have 3 different levels of intersectionality to have a comprehensive policy. But it has been quite hard to be able to implement it and to have these comprehensive policies. Please go ahead, Amalia. Yes, I would like to address what Dr. Maru was saying. Sorry, Dr. Marulanda. Because he was saying that the social focus is limiting the political participation of people with disability. I don't really think so, because the Convention on the Rights of People with Disability, Article 5.3 states that people with disability should participate in everything. Article 24 talks about education. Of course, they have to participate in public policies on education. And Article 29 on the political participation of people with disability. So the social model of disability, the one that's included in the convention, also includes the political and public participation of people with disability. I would also like to add that the quotas that are assigned for companies, well, in Mexico, we also have those, as well as many other countries. And yes, it's hard for it to be thoroughly understood. That's why I recommend for you to read General Observation number 8 on Article 27 of the Convention that explains how we could apply Article 27 on the right to work and on intersectionality. I'm glad that you like it, my dear colleague. But this is not only in the sense of liking it, because intersectionality is present in every person with disability. Persons with disability are women, boys and girls, adults, LGBTI, displaced migrants. I mean, it is mandatory to talk about intersectionality. And last but not least, I'd like to say that I am also an honored guest to the conference of Bogota. Thank you very much. Thank you, Amalia. And we are now in the second question, which is what the Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities states on who could be a person with disability and who can. So in this sense, I will start registering your participations. Amalia, I don't know if anyone else wants to continue. Flor, Marta, and if someone else wants to address the question, please let me know. Just
Please go ahead,
Amalia.
Amalia. Okay, yes, thank you so much. I would just like to mention that it is interesting that during the different call for this type of meeting, well, we just mentioned the specific aspect that we are not really defining what are people with disabilities. We had a convention that took place 3 times a week as well. And we also need to highlight that also the organizations with persons with disabilities had a key role in the development of a draft. Therefore, it is an international convention that has been drafted. And we know that the motto, nothing without us, that means that it's not that we did not dare. The fact is that we also discussed on whether to really draft a definition or not. After several discussions, so we would like to just have a preamble as well And we know that disability is an evolving concept. We know that persons with disabilities are going to have physical, mental, intellectual, or sensorial issues. When interacting with different barriers, they may see some sort of prevention of a full participation in equal conditions. And in such a way, we are also discussing the fact that disabilities, we're not only talking about just psychosocial capacity after 20 years. We know that whenever we have a cross-disciplinary group, let's see whether there's disability or not, in agreement with a person, then they find these conditions that we just mentioned. We know, let's to be considered a person with a disability, and it is no longer considered to be just a disease as such. Let's see the situation that people face. People, whenever they're in that type of situation, they're the ones who are with a specific disability, regardless of the source of that disability. So that's important to note as well. Thank you. Thank you so much, Amalia. Please go ahead, Flor. Sure. We know that the concept of disability is an evolving concept, and we know that based on our research, that's one of the main starting points. And well, we need to take into account the following. The convention is very clear when it comes to outlining, and this is where we're going to be discussing this classification as well. And also health of that interconnection that we have between a variable that we have, and that stems from that issue that may arise with a given person. And that is going to enable an important element that in my case is a core topic, at least in my profession. We know that the occupation activities of daily life are only taken not only to execution, but also to participation. However, I would like to really call people to work on this because we have an investigation. Whenever we have this type of variables, disabilities, as an evolving concept, but as a concept that at the same time also relies on being able to just identifying those barriers, the impact that we have. In this case, we were talking about people with disabilities, and that's precisely where, in my case, personally, I'm going to see some challenges, some difficulties. In the case of the certification of disabilities in Colombia, there's a core topic which is measurement of everything that takes place. It is structural situation, not only cross-disciplinary teams, but also people themselves and carers and a body as an investigator, as a researcher. We have some instruments, some tools that we have developed so that we can really characterize, so that we can meter something that I call disability. That is something that is also part of what we do, and also in understanding what is that impact. We consider as a reference what we have as Pillar 2.0 of the WHO. In this case, whenever we work with the different companies, we measure everything in the investigation. And I just need to really focus on what is medical. I do not feel that they can actually manage to size or dimension the barriers that we have as persons with disabilities. And a relevant conclusion of the findings facing a certification is that public policy also have to do with the transformation of those social scenarios where we would just be facing those barriers. That means that we have some study scopes, health, recreation, culture, sports, access to a house. And what we found is that people disabilities as carers, even if it's a small group of participants specific for this research, what they feel, well, that has not really created any sort of impact on their lives or on the transformation of their barriers, because they feel precisely that just by metering and characterizing them, they can just really tell what is the impact. And sometimes this is not something that can be achieved. This is something that is superficial. So we know that this characterization only restricts itself to the concept of disease. So whenever you are having a diagnosis, if the cross-disciplinary team is just doing this diagnosis as such, and we start just metering the different variables of a participation, then they're going to be parts of a disability. Many persons with the same clinical condition will end up being certified as persons with disabilities. Okay, thank you so much, Flor. Please go ahead, Marta, and I also have the participation of Katarina on the line. Thank you. I think that another important part that we would like to highlight and that we already mentioned previously is that there's something that I feel that is very important, is that sometimes the term temporary disability is also being used, and this may be some sort of injury, maybe you got fractured, and that means that you only fractured your foot, but just for a very specific period of time. So you're going to be wearing a cast, or maybe you're going to go undergo surgery, or you may have to use crutches or maybe a wheelchair. But that's precisely just a matter of just something that is going to be temporary. That doesn't mean that you have a disability as such. So the barriers that you end up having after this fracture, well, you're going to get the cast removed, and probably you're going to have to go, let's say, to take rehab. And the fact that, or the reason why you were immobilized, that means that you will also have to take this rehab. However, this is something that is temporary, and that's just an injury. It's not a temporary capacity. And I feel that that's important to note, because these abilities are somehow accumulating deficiencies that we could probably have, maybe whenever we have some sort of sensorial issues and some others. However, this is something that is going to determine the barriers that we're going to face, or the fact that maybe I'm going to have a wheelchair, or the fact that I cannot have public transportation, like I just have it. This is something that limits participation, and that's a disability. As I just really wanted to highlight that part as well. Thank you. Now, on the contrary, before we pass the floor to Catalina, I would like to just really comment on the questions that we have here on Zoom, and one of the panelists have already answered them. We were just really listening a participant. She said that it would be nice to have the different parameters that are used to grant pensions, retirement pensions, specifically in case of someone with a disability, and how this affects the functioning of the given disability in health. So I would like to pass the floor to the table for your consideration, and let's just pass the floor to Catalina. At first, I absolutely agree with Martha. This is a temporary capability that's well, it's just a disease. I mean, there's no such thing as temporary disability. That's what I meant, because we know that that's not a disability as such. That's just something that is considered a disease. On the other hand, I would like to mention that disabilities go beyond what we consider to be a disease, and at no point in time this cannot be considered as something that could be considered disability, and something that could not start as a disease. I may have someone, so this is something that has been denied, the possibility of just taking part or working somewhere. In many other aspects, there are no other issues other than that. There are no other deficiencies as well. And in practical terms, this is not a disease. This is not something that started from a disease or anything else. And this does not mean that things cannot be done. This means to the fact that there's social rejection. Well, they may say, well, I have a disability in that case. So a doctor may just, I don't know, just say a person, you can do anything you want, you have no limitations. That's what I mean. I don't know if I'm being clear. But Amalia, I don't know if you can tell us, for instance, about the situation of an albino person, just so that it becomes clearer. And also, another thing that I would like to point out is that right now, we are just, well, it's been over 2 decades, and we're just starting to get into a standard that helps us classify a disability. We're just going to put some implementations. 2 months ago, this standard was released. And now concerning a question that the person raised, how can we measure that? How can we do all of that? That's where we need to find that out. That's where we need to have that, or that's how we can really start just really working on all of the systems. I forgot the name of these systems. What was the name for it? Systems for so social security systems. That's what I meant. Yes. So we're just beginning. That's the thing. We're just getting there. Thank you. Thank you so much, Catalina. Please go ahead, Zulma. Okay. Hello, can you hear me there? Yes, you can. Okay. So I just wanted to comment on the fact that I would like to break down the word disability. Because whenever we talk about disability, one of the things that happen just very frequently is that, well, this is not a term that has been properly used. Well, whenever we have a person with disability, whenever we say person, that means that it's a person who has rights. And disability, that's just to somehow make the barriers visible, because there are barriers that need to be overcome, and for that person to be included in environment, in the society at large. However, to this day, we have not really seen this way. This is just to identify any disabilities that a person may have. Okay, thank you, Zulma. Now I'll pass the floor and then to Amalia. Thank you. Okay, thank you. I will focus more specifically on the question that was related to a comment in the chat. I just wanted to mention that in the framework of the National Action and Corporation for Development of, or CISS framework, we specifically developed an activity that started from a scope and review and the PRISMA methodology, SRE, just by really considering a large number of countries. Accordingly, just by doing everything that we need to do in terms of inclusion, criteria exclusion, because we need to have a series of very relevant results that we expect to have published. And for you to have an idea, well, we had countries like Argentina, Germany, Bolivia, Brazil, Canada, Chile, Colombia, and they clearly started with this process since 2018, where we had a temporary resolution. Then we were able to have this in Costa Rica, Ecuador, the US, Finland, France, India, Israel, Italy, Japan, Mexico, Peru, Poland, and we were all able to manage in terms of a barem. What is it that is being understood? What are the capabilities? What are the metrics? and to what extent this incorporation has taken place, the incorporation of this international classification of the functioning of disabilities and health. So in general terms, we can tell you that it is a need, a global need that we could see whenever we're using a certificate. And whenever we do that, well, basically, we have a systematic review that is also conducted as such, and it also has very relevant results on how an important incorporation is being made, for instance, in South America, or let's say how a certificate has a very important aspect in terms of rights, not only when it comes to social and health protection, but also in terms of rehab. So I believe that it's also important to consider in Colombia that we have a very specific differentiation. Whenever we think about disability, we need to think about how to qualify whatever countries call as disability, loss of occupational abilities. So we know that there are some other countries like Colombia where these concepts have been incorporated in both contexts. I have had the possibility of also taking part of the consulting teams, not only in terms of the metrics that are used to just really meet the criteria for that of all the different workers that require financial, let's say, aspects. We're not even talking about a disability because we know that a disability is the highest degree or extent of restrictions, of limitations. So I would like to just really share with you our progress very soon. It is something that it's coming, that is going to be just reviewed, and it is just for you to be able to see what has been the progress in Colombia. Thank you. Thank you, Flora. Please go ahead, Amalia. Thank you. I just wanted to comment a couple of things. I think that it's very interesting to refer to the study that Flora just referred to, and also what is the difference between the different social security systems and what they do. What they do is that for them to grant a pension fund, they just make sure that that person has a given disability in a given percentage. And on the other hand, I do not really like using the terms of the WHO because in many cases the conventions on the rights of persons with disabilities and the WHO, we have really clashed. We are in disagreement in terms of what really makes up a psychosocial disability. But I really wanted to really just somehow restate what I mentioned. We are going to have this determination of disability. Even for us to be able to determine pensions, this has to be a cross-disciplinary team where we can find different types of persons, like we heard from Suma before, so that they can have contrasting activities, so that they can contrast also the person, the disabilities, and the barriers. And I also wanted to reply to what Catalina was asking, which I believe to be very important on albine persons. So, of course, we know that if these persons are having limitations, that means that there are persons with disabilities. We have had a lot of complaints from countries like Tanzania or countries that still have a lot of albine persons. It is a terrible situation, and they even if they're albine, they have to get their um limbs somehow cut out because they feel or they have this type of um cultural ideas where they feel that they have magical powers. So they're not really preventing this type of situation of mutilation or even murders of albine persons. So accordingly, we know that they are at risk, absolutely. So there's no question that there are persons with disabilities. And we have had a lot of complaints that where they say that they do not have access to justice in these cases. Thank you so much. Thank you, Amalia. Thank you so much for this experience. We have some time constraints, so that's why we have to go to question number 3 so that we can address all 4. And I'm going to just repeat this question to all of you. What and how is it our changes in social policies really changing or affecting or having an impact on persons? And first, I would like to pass the floor to the floor, and next to Martha and to Amalia. And we are going to have a fourth person, I do not see that person on screen.
Zulma.
Sulma, I'm sorry. Yes, my apologies. Perfect. All right, so let's begin. If other panel members agree, if you would like to just have some sort of interventions, please just raise your hand. Sure. I have a very interesting question. Why don't we think of a different approach? Let's say before the pandemic and after the pandemic, just really have that focus, that approach, not only in terms of the investigation and research that we started, because we found that in terms of public policies, and specifically related to disabilities, one of the main stakes in history is not only the consolidation of the social movements, but also the leaders, males and females, that specifically represent these groups in particular. They are populations of groups of people with disabilities. So in the study, we got to a very important finding, and that's that the pandemic had a very significant impact on something that has been already been built on. Secondly, in Colombia, more specifically, it is important to also consider that with every change in administration, we know that some national development plans that were in place already are not only going to have these perspectives on disabilities, but also multiple perspectives and all of the considerations. Of course, after every change in administration, this may become problematic at a state level. And well, according to that, one of our conclusions has been that to us, it is very difficult that we found in this research that we know that some national development plans that were already there would just be left unattended, and then they would just try to update it or create a new one. And that, of course, has an impact on public policies. And even though public policies in Colombia since 2003 have had significant changes and evolutions, it is also important to note, and it is one of the conclusions that we have after the pandemic. Well, the pandemic did affect public policies. It also have an impact on the perspective of everything that we have been working on, and also, well, it affected some other aspects. We know that these policies of disabilities are not operating just by at the state's own initiatives. No, it is based on what families manage to do, or what they manage to run and operate, and all of that is down to leaders. If those leaders somehow disappear, that means that we're just going to be really talking about all of this. I would like to finish with an example. One of our territories where we wanted to conduct this investigation, or our research, is very close to Bogota, Colombia. It's called Suaya. And to our surprise, starting as researchers, when we started working on field, we got first, and we made sure that the committee that is just representing persons with disabilities stopped just really existing from the very moment of the pandemic, meaning in 2020. Today, in 2024, this is something that did not continue to work and something that was not consolidated. We do not have representatives. I have to think how I work as a state from a, what we call a mayor's office or the city hall, but this is not something that is done in a very specific public policy. So we could say that it is important to just really analyze three aspects: the impact of a phenomenon that was global and that is also relevant to us in research, or second, the impact of changes in government. We have, well, had this very long year in the government. It is very clear that we're putting our stakes, and it is disabilities topics. So we also need to consider that public policies do undergo important changes in perspective that we see in a government plan, also some changes in a perspective that will come from the same public policies. So accordingly, it is also important to us to consider all of these variables. Thank you very much, Flor. Please go ahead, Marta. And also knowing that social policies include or should not include the participation, in this case, of persons with disabilities, or that these persons with disabilities may be those who just make a decision or who talk of, let's say, some needs. I also think that it is important that or like the comment that Flor just mentioned in the case of Mexico. As part of this government, something that has happened is that we've had certain regression regarding the social policy that right now, well, has not really led to progress, but it has just really given some sort of existential part where there's this is something that this is something we have seen as well. So we know that, of course, we are going to take into consideration people's participation. However, this is something that we've seen with organizations from the civil society, of course, some persons with disabilities, and something that we all need to look for. And more importantly, I think that the government also needs to continue fostering this action so that, well, yes, we do think about. So, like we just mentioned as well, we need to think about, well, at least in Mexico, we need to think and consider that education. So it's something that we mentioned as well. And right now, whenever we have to think about this, we're obviously not going to really have any disabilities as well, academic disabilities, that we can really develop this program. This is something that is going to also translate into other aspects as well. This is going to be just less paid, and we have this. So we know that we have to be doing all of this. And this is not something that this is not going to just really make sure that you're going to get access to medical service. Okay, thank you. Maybe you can just retake the principles of human rights. I think that this is a cross independence that we have. Please go ahead, Mari. Thank you, Oscar. So I think that this is something that needs to have an impact on social policies so that we can just really do other things, such as, let's say, the fact that we need to enforce a section in the law that talks about just everything that we do. We start just really talking about the different rights. We're talking about cross-disciplinary teams, like we mentioned, so that we can evaluate disability, so that we can assess, and in a close consultation with the different bodies that are representing them, we just need to reform the policies and everything so that they can be harmonized with conventions, inter-American, international, and well, they do have a budget for that compliance, and also that in these laws they can have the active and permanent participation of people with disabilities, and that those situations take place at all levels so that they can really have access to physical disabilities of information, communication for persons with different types of disabilities, so that we can just really somehow start enforcing the different conventions to which the state parties that agreed to ratify these instruments are subject to. So I would like to highlight something that Martha mentioned, and this is a clear example in Mexico of the persistence of this existentialist model. And we need to hand over money to persons with disabilities. I mean, that's something that we agreed with. However, with that, we're not just performing, that's just an existentialistic model. We need to really work with everything that has to do with this Latin American progress of conventions. And it is a very clear example where we see that we're still part of this existentialistic policy. We're not really thinking or considering that we really need to meet all of the requirements for us to be able to socially include them. And I would like to just really retake a comment that Sister Esperanza mentioned. I am just really thinking about just carers in general. And if we have to just continue respecting the autonomy of persons with disabilities, and we do not think of some sort of step back, we need to talk about personal assistance. because we know that being cares, that means that we need to go back to something that we considered in the past, how a person with disability requires attention and personal attention and assistance in general. That's my very personal opinion. This movement internationally has been widely disseminated because it started with what we call the defense of women's rights. And I absolutely agree with the fact that people who are personal assistants, they also need to have some recognition of their work. They need to be paid for that service. They need to have social benefits as well. But I will continue to insist on the fact that I want to say that we need to talk about personal assistance and not curse, and this is something I have insisted everywhere. Thank you. Thank you, Amalia. Before we pass the floor to Sulma, I just wanted to pass the floor to Flor so that she can comment on this Amalia's comment. But just a very valuable comment. First, thank you for your comment. But here in Colombia, we have two both trends. We have a very strong movement of carers, a very strong movement because we have really managed to foster bills of law in terms of a lot of aspects that have not been approved by our Chamber of Representatives or by our Congress. It is important to note and consider, this is aligned with what Amalia mentioned, this is something that really gets our attention in Colombia. These are the results of the investigation, and that means that in Colombia specifically, this has been recognized internationally. We have incorporated this last year the policy of care. The policy of care that has origins in a very different perspective, in NESI in Colombia specifically, in Bogota, the policy of care as well. This is mainly focusing on persons with disabilities. And this is something that is also considering what we have to do. And we're just thinking about the care of carers as well. And this is something that we need. What is it that we understand as a policy of care? In Colombia, we're talking about a policy of care that we know that has been taken to a level of law. We have a law that is specific and that is really talking about this topic. So we're also talking about the perspective of a carer. So this is also related to what I mentioned before. And we were talking about being biomedical, psychosocial, and in reality, we have done this. As a matter of fact, I think that unfortunately, we have some last tenders, some last situations going on, and I do believe that we're still just really focusing on a more of a biomedical perspective. With that, I would like to finish. And I don't know who got a hand raised. This is just to supplement something that I wanted to mention and comment. This is for our moderator. Thank you so much, Flor. I had the participation of Sulma. I think that she had a connection issue, so thank you so much. Okay, thank you. I hope that you can hear me there. So I just wanted to round up or summarize everything that we have been mentioning. And now concerning the convention, we perfectly know that the convention is just related to people with disabilities. This is an answer to a lot of things that take place specifically. We know that people with disabilities had been just really striving year after year to do all of this. This is something where we could really find the different needs that were part of this convention, and we know that these are part of the different principles. So all needs, I think that we lost her. We lost the connection of Dr. Sulma. So while she reconnects, please go ahead, doctor. Thank you. This is very short, 30 seconds. First and foremost, we do not only have to talk about social policies. Social policies are also economic policies. And I think that we also need we need the interventions of whoever is part of that scheme, that we're just really just really taking a look at the different deficiencies. So we need to talk about economic policies. Secondly, this is related to care and carers. They started with gender perspective and just really try to really take a look at non-paid work. And right now, whenever we think about this situation of well-being, we're talking about caring children. So we cannot really start just really somehow restricting concept because the economy of care is cross-disciplinary and it's not really focused on other measures. It's also related to well-being. So we need to open or broaden the scope of our concepts and everything that we do. Thank you so much, Dr. John. Sulma, I don't know if you're there, if you can hear us. Yes. I don't know what's going on. My internet goes on and on. So I just wanted to wrap it up by saying that luckily enough, there are certain organizations, civil society, where we see that the state, specifically in Latin America, have progressed in terms of law, and they have also managed to just really somehow meet what we have been doing as people with disabilities. Unfortunately, everything is going way too slow, and I'm talking about my country. I'm talking about Paraguay. After 20 years, nothing has been changed or modified, or any, let's say, documents, terms, the constitution. We still talk about exceptional persons. There's some laws that also talk about, well, persons who are disabled. That's how they call them. All of these improper terms, and that's what really causes us to continue talking about, let's say, some very specific answers. And we know that our states are way too slow when it comes to changing all of these terms. Thank you. Thank you so much. I will pass the floor to Amalia right now for her intervention, and then very quickly to the last part. Okay, very briefly, I just wanted to comment that I will continue restricting the different concepts because whenever we talk about disabilities, there's no way where we can just go back to talking about carers. We're talking about the example of children. We cannot just compare children with persons with disabilities because otherwise we're going to go back to this existentialistic approach. So I just wanted to clarify that whenever we talk about disabilities, we will continue just to continue with the term. We are opposing to that term. Thank you, Dr. John. Please go ahead. I agree. We're talking about context term. I'm talking about the fact that this concept of care as well. So we're talking about everything that we're mentioning. We're talking about a lot of considerations. It's not just a concept that refers to carer, but just the actions that are behind it. Okay, very briefly, I would like to ask panel members to just have a very short intervention. We have another comment that is going to start at noon. So the very last question, what are reasonable adjustments and how do they need to be applied? So please, I would like to ask you to use the tool. I would like to ask Amanda to please participate, and then Flor, please go ahead. And also Martha, please go ahead. And then the next panel members will continue to talk about. So all of these adjustable terms had already been applied to conflict resolutions that arose in other topics, specifically religious topics. But this is the very first time in the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities where this is used specifically to refer to persons with disabilities. And this is just for us to be able to just really address all of this. We're talking about these topics and to talk about the situations where whenever we have a standard policy procedure or whatever that has been made in a, let's say, a neutral way, in certain situations, in very concrete cases, there are some unjust, unfair situations. For that reason, we try to just really have a fair position and just to really make some differences so that we can really start accordingly when it comes to according to law. This is related to general accessibility and reasonable adjustments. Accessibility depends on having a universal access that we've had. So we've had some temporary issues, like Martha said, and we have this accessibility, elderly and pregnant women and all of that. We have persons with disabilities in general. So all of these reasonable adjustments in general are an individual situation and that has to be agreed upon with a person with disabilities, the person with disabilities that is requesting it in such a way where that person that requires that reasonable adjustment and a vendor of the service or whoever has that service and whoever has education, what is the way in which that person in particular can really address things and make them just really settled. They need to have an agreement with a person that is requiring an adjustment or a settlement in such a way. We need to think as well. This is in order so that we can just really make some sort of adjustments. And this could also be included in some equal conditions in the society where we can just really just somehow tear down all of these barriers that are there. Thank you so much, Amalia. Thank you, Flor. In Colombia, we have had some very interesting debates in terms of, let's say, reasonable adjustments, the concept of accessibility and universal design in the framework of public policies. This is something that has been even demanding with persons with disabilities. There's criticism regarding the term of reasonable adjustments. It seems that they're only for persons with disabilities, but that's not the case. At any point in time in our lives, and also based on all of this diversity that the human being sees, and based on those intersectionalities, that's something that also needs to be part of the populational aspect. And we know that this is part of this concept. Reasonable adjustment is something that is going to help us do all of that. And this is something that can help us with all of that. So accordingly, that reasonable adjustment also needs to just really be related to all of these designs that we have and accessibility in general. In this context, I can talk about a situation that is very relevant in Colombia, and that's one of the main questions that we have. This is a matter of labor inclusion, and it's a debate, it's a barrier that we need to see people overcoming and professionals that support all of this. This is a question that we see many times. We see that I can have just inclusion. If I cannot really have an adjustment, then the question is, I know that I cannot make this adjustment, and something that also just happened as a human being did not consider a design of universal just impact, so we can start thinking of that. Another thing that we need to consider as well in the Colombian context is the fact that there's going to be this parameter of comparison analysis of everything that we have as well. We have reasonable support. That's another topic that in Colombia we started to really see just really becoming more and more relevant. So from the same perspective of the different facilitators that can help us, that's how can I really have a lot of, let's say, work with facilitators in that context. Basically, what we have seen is that according to the conversation in Colombia, we know that universal accessibility is a topic that comes from public actions and that comes in the framework of policies. Today in Colombia, talking about reasonable adjustments, for instance, in terms of inclusion. So we know that the LGBT community has to do with some sort of reasonable adjustment as well. And This is something that is specifically related to the adjustments or the supports that we need to even consider at a level or of international organization and culture. And well, accordingly, we have a perspective where, well, we can really focus on that. Thank you. Thank you so much, Flor. Thank you so much for your intervention. Please go ahead, Martha. Now, reasonable adjustment are specific measures so that we can just really ensure equal opportunities with people with which we are in, whether in a labor environment, educational environment. This could be things like improving the physical environment or maybe some sort of practice. However, something that I believe to be important and that Flora just mentioned is that we do not necessarily need this for persons with disabilities. Yes, they're also happening and taking place in this universal accessibility because this is something that is not ensured or certain as well. It is important as well to just highlight the fact we know that equal conditions, this is for us to be able to get to a place or to a location. So this is something that, well, this may, of course, change the situation for a person with disabilities or a person with no disabilities. This means that this is not a disproportionate load in terms of just, let's say, everything that we have as part of, let's say, some sort of a tactile aspect or an elevator. I mean, this is something that has to be tailor-made. And an example that I usually just give whenever we talk about reasonable adjustments, a couple of years ago, we were using some sort of mouse, computer mouse that is used for persons, but in my case, it was difficult for me to slide it and I need to use both hands. That also impacts on the fact that that made me just really take longer than my just working on all of that, and also just help us really working on all of that. However, it is a reasonable adjustment that we just had. I had just a mouse, and they bought many, and they said try them out. And there was one that had a very big ball, let's call it. It was very easy to slide. I would just put my hand there and some other buttons to the side that were huge. That reasonable adjustment in my case changed my productivity entirely. Why? Because it was something that was appropriate to my needs, the needs that I had at the time. This may be the example of a reasonable adjustment. So one of these characteristics, and I repeat, is that this may be just an adjustment in terms of time. So let's say maybe a time, let's say like schedule. Maybe the fact that I can just get in later because it's difficult for me to go in the public transportation during peak times. That could be a reasonable adjustment. Okay, thank you so much for giving that explanation. So thank you so much for sharing your experience. Please go ahead, Carolina. And I would like to just restate my request of just being very, very brief. Please go ahead. So I think that you already mentioned this. The only thing that I wanted to just add is that reasonable adjustments are a tool so that we do not leave anyone behind, so that we cannot deny any just righted persons with disabilities. And why? Because it comes from denial, or we usually say, oh, okay, no, you cannot do this or anything or whatever. No, I cannot do that or whatever. But that's precisely where things just start stemming from. We all are entitled to all of this. We need a tool so that we can really start just really exercising our rights and without leaving anyone behind. Thank you. No, thank you. Amalia, I think that you raised your hand. Just please, just a final comment. Yes, I will be very brief. I just wanted to highlight the fact that yes, as a matter of fact, like I mentioned, it is not only for persons with disabilities. What I mentioned is that for the very first time, we started to talk about reasonable adjustments for persons with disabilities in the convention. We were not talking about other, we had not talked about this in other estimates. And as Marta just mentioned, she gave great examples. We have to be very careful with what we call disproportionate burden, because it also leads to different questionings. And it is not easy to answer these questions, because denying the fact that we need this type of reasonable adjustment is something that is considered discrimination. So we need to be very careful whenever we need to think that disproportionate burden is just a pretext, so that we do not make these reasonable adjustments. So yes, as a matter of fact, it is not easy to determine according to the examples that Martha just mentioned. They're just making things clearer, but we need to be very careful when it comes to really considering where we need to consider things, how are things being determined, in what circumstances things are done, what is the responsibility of the state or of members. But we cannot forget that it is in coordination, individual coordination, a person with disabilities, and that just really denying them is something that is part of the general observation of Section 5 on discrimination as discrimination. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sulma. I saw that you started to raise your hand, so you're going to have just one last minute comment. I just wanted to supplement what Amelia was mentioning. So this is something that we can just leave it as it is. She already just touched on all of the points that I wanted to mention. Dr. John, any final comments? This is just an invitation, because I think that this is very important as well. So these are the interventions of Professor Esperanza, and we need to invite CISS for them to be just really taking part in this presentation, or to somehow just really continue working in this study. So thank you so much for this invite as well. Thank you so much, everyone. Oh no, thank you. Again, we will just be taking down all of the notes, and just please just consider that we will have CISS here. My apologies because we ran out of time. All I have to do is just really thank all of the panel members. There's no question about it that definitely talking about disability has a lot of sides, a lot of nuances as well. Thank you so much. However, before we wrap this up, I would just like to ask you to please help me share this picture, and also to mention that at the request of one of the subregions of CISS, we are planning a course. This is a course to raise awareness on inclusion and reincorporation of people who have work with disabilities. This is going to just really be just given by Catalina Torres. This is going to be given online, and we will start on Tuesday, May the 23rd. This is a Zoom platform. All Tuesdays or Thursday, it is going to have this is going to last 40 hours. This course, what it wants to do is just to expand what we are doing and here in the conference. And if you take a look at this, we're just going to start just really discussing the different, just let's say the Ibero-American, the global one. And I just wanted to invite our members from the civil society, activists, and what else? Well, everyone was part of our social media, so that we can just really give you more information on this course. As you may see, this is focused on Section 27 of this convention. It talks about the incorporation of persons with disabilities, incorporation and reincorporation. So I would like to say goodbye by now, and please stay here connected. And this is for the next panel of the Inter-American Commission on Health and Wellbeing. I'll pass the floor to the legal counsel. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you to all our panel members. Thank you so much. Before we say goodbye, we're going to give a big round of applause to all of our different speakers. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us today on behalf of the General Secretary, Gerardo Álvaro Velarca. Thank you so much for taking part in the different areas of opportunity. Thank you so much. They're key. And I would also like to thank the speaker and moderators. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much, Oscar Turian, Oscar Brandon Gonzalez as well. Thank you so much for having us here. Thank you so much for just really having our members here. Thank you, Dr. Sara. Thank you, everyone, for just really helping us just guide this disabilities. Once more, thank you, everyone. Until next time. Thank you. Until next time.
Gracias.
Gracias. para seguridad social.
Asistencia médica. Hoy llegamos muy temprano al hospital. Mi hermana tiene varios días con dolor de oído y por eso vinimos a ver al médico. Ahí está sentada en la sala de espera. Se ve achicopalada, como dice mi mamá. No sé si es por el dolor o porque tiene sueño, como yo.
Un, dos, tres para seguridad social.
Desempleo. A mi hermana la despidieron hace poco. Ella dice que fue injusto. Ahora recibe una ayuda mientras consigue un nuevo empleo. Es un dinero que le sirve para moverse y cubrir algunos gastos. Yo la miro cuando se prepara para salir. Le digo que así de bonita seguros consigue un trabajo en un lugar muy elegante. Ella me mira y se ríe antes de salir con su carpeta en la mano.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Muy buenos días. Bienvenidas todas las personas que nos
Hello,
acompañan. de
welcome
nuestro
everyone
Estamos
for
con
joining us today.
panel que está a cargo de la
So
Comisión Americana de Salud,
we would like to
CISS.
just really thank you for coming. This is part of the panel that we have a part of the commission. We would like to thank Mr. Mauricio Hernandez Avila, who is going to chair this commission and who is presiding this commission. Without further ado, I would like to pass the floor to Secretary General Eduardo Velarca Hernandez, who is going to address a couple of words. Thank you. Please go ahead, Secretary. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today to our activities that are going to just continue giving continuity to the insights that we had and that we will continue to have in Social Security in 2024. This Social Security, I would like to thank Mr. Aburto, part of this CISS, and I would like to thank you and invite you all for being here. Furthermore, I also feel really pleased to congratulate and just to greet everyone, all of the experts who are part of this panel, COVID-19 Learnings from Social Security. First and foremost, Dr. Mauricio Hernandez Avila, Head of Benefits of the Mexican Social Security Institute and Vice President of the Inter-American Commission on Health. And also Dr. Guadalupe Guerrero, State Coordinator of IMSS, and Coordinator of the State of Mexico, and Mr. Martos Lopez, Head Professor of University Pablo Clavide, and Dr. Maria de Jesus Medina, researcher of the Legal Research Institute of UNAM. I understand that she had some issues connecting, and hopefully she can join us soon. Also, as the representative of this conference, I would like to thank all of the panel members. Thank you so much for joining us today in this venue. We are just really working on this dialogue on Social Security. First and foremost, I would like to just really thank you and mention that this is such an honor to welcome you all to this important panel that we organized, and it has been also called for this week, and also the implementation of the 2024-2025 work plan. This space is intended to generating discussions on a very relevant topic with some undeniable implications on the future of Social Security and to drive a reflection on how to face global health crisis present and future. More particularly, we believe that it is key to retake and share the different learnings that we got from this pandemic that was caused by the COVID-19 virus in the scope of Social Security, both in Mexico and America. And we expect that the different lectures that we're going to have here are going to be good to have some actions in order to prevent and also just continue strengthening all of the social security aspects. We know that we need to, well, we have a lot of challenges that came up after this pandemic. We'll continue just by preventing the generation of conditions to protect the health of all persons and also workers, key workers as medical staff, health staff in particular. So today, this health emergency also took place as a something of the past. However, it is key for us to identify this area of opportunity for us to be able to consider all of these recommendations that came from the institutional, national, and international aspects that originated from the retention of the emergency. It is also core to consider that our issues arose from this period for Social Security and that new issues emerged for this period of Social Security, and many of them are still valid. So we can just really name the challenges that we're facing. That's the first step for us to be able to improve our just attention, reaction capacities facing this type of crisis. Accordingly, today we're going to talk about different topics that range from the need of having the Social Security system, a universal one, and also health workers, to those situations where in the pandemic we saw deep bioethical just conclusions that were very important as well. And we know that its relevance continues to be really important so that we can be prepared facing other possible epidemics. For that reason, I would just like to start with the proposed panel and by Alexa as well. And hopefully in this Social Security week, we have a space of reflections, ideas, just for the benefit of Social Security and strategies as well. Thank you so much and have a good afternoon. Thank you so much for your words, Secretary General. Now we are just going to have the moderation of Luz Ángela Cardona Acuña. She is the expert on the Social Security Commissions. Please go ahead, Doctor. Thank you so much, Maria Teresa Gonzalez. Thank you so much to our Secretary General. I would like to just really start with this panel, COVID. This panel is also organized as three parts. Our expert panels are going to share their insights and just comments in general. And we will end just with some questions from the audience. We would like to ask our attendees from the social media and Zoom that we are going to get your questions in writing. So this is our first panel member, Mauricio Martos Lopez. I head in economy. He's part of the Department of Economy, Economic History, Para Buena Vida in Sevilla. He's a member of the Spaniard Association of the Ibero-American Network of Gender and Daily Life, and a group of ecology, feministic group and development as well. He was the advisor of the Chilean government in 2022-2025 in consultation with the Pan-American Organization, International Work Organization, and the Inter-American Development Bank. He has over 2 decades of experience
in the health care systems as well. So we would like to thank Dr. Matus. Thank you so much for taking part in this panel, and we would like to pass the floor to you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone here. First and foremost, I would like to thank the conference just for inviting me, for taking part in this type of events, specifically Dr. Luz. She invited me as well via email. So first and foremost, well, I can tell that I will try to stick to the time as much as possible. I'm an economist. My perspective as an economist who analyzes healthcare systems, the specific contribution that I can make in this conference is that in addition to the traditional analysis, I'm making a perspective as well. In the end, I'm going to retake this part of the presentation because I believe that there could be some sort of contribution in this perspective. So I will share my slides. Just please let me know if you can see my slides clearly. I hope so. Okay. Yes, I'm sharing it, right? So the title is that, well, I was invited to just present work that has been done already that I got for CEPAL. And it's called just the same way my presentation is called, the pandemic of COVID-19 as an opportunity for change. Let's move towards universal health in Latin America. This is a word that we have accumulated widely, possibly. This is something that we just included for many years. This is quite synthetic, and we do have some spaces to continue working on this. Maybe we can get this report in CEPAL, and this is a relatively briefly document that this has 3 parts to it. These are the 3 parts that I will just continue using for this presentation. In reality, it has 4 chapters. I need a 4th one as well. The very first one is the analysis of COVID-19, its impact in Latin America. And yes, it is quite ambitious. There's a lot of things to address about this in the different publications as well. There are certain economic events as well that impact on scientific publications as well. This is based on the reforms and many more things, also from the finance perspective. And the third one is a review of this evidence according to what we have. This is a third that organizes evidence, and the third one document finishes with some conclusions and with some proposals on how to move forward. So again, I will just continue with this. It is very easy to just really first address COVID and then the conclusions. And then in the last part, we have discussions. The purpose of this work was just precisely talking about Latin America. There's a long-term perspective, century, 20th century, and beyond. And they usually analyze our countries. And in particular, there has been a change with consensus just based on the 90s, unlike other reforms that are just more health related, in addition to everything that we have. And today as well, I know that evidence shows that most paths were maybe mistaken. So what really describes COVID, this is a triple emergency as well. It is also quite economic. 14 years ago, we had poverty in 2026. Many millions are part of this extreme poverty in Latin America. We had 7 million persons in poverty in Latin America. That means that a population of over 8% in Latin America, we have 20% of that type of failure. The region has also stepped back to 4% in 2017, and then the next year, just like all financial blows, have a very strange liability. But not all countries are just really just helping us. For instance, there in Venezuela, they're not just really recovering It is matter than the recovery or the fall that they had in Mexico, Bolivia, Ecuador, Uruguay as well, Chile, Colombia as well. It is part of this economic crisis. What else? And I'm getting into the conclusion, so in case you would like to read this, you can see this, and I'm just going to synthesize and I'm going to summarize these results. And this is maybe very evident. This is a little bit more contracted. In Latin America, we have this insufficient hospital capacity. We have seen all of the huge images that we have in COVID-19. These are the doors, enough doors as well. They have enough resources. And we're just going to guide them. And then later on, in the coming year, we have some health consequences. There were a lot of people who were damaged as well. And for us to be able to have a healthy life. Now, regarding this, there's another example that I would like just to quote with a class that I gave in Barcelona. We made an analysis as well with some leaders of human resources in Latin America, and we could have access to this, let's say, free access. This is the information that has been compiled for this period. What do we see here? Well, precisely, all over the world, there's a decrease. We have to have some sort of deficiency, some technological increases. What happens in Latin America is that we start just really decreasing it, but at a very low extent. So we're way below the US, for instance, in comparison with other rich countries. As for the medical staff, in every 10,000 inhabitants, we have really come close to the US overall as well. So we have to have just in the 17 or 16, well, percent of the countries, they're just really restricted. In Cuba, Argentina, they really increased the number of beds per number of inhabitants and the number of doctors. Then we found out that most of the countries in Latin America have huge deficits that they have carried over for a long time. As of the 90s, they have tried to increase or just really decrease these issues just by increasing human resources, and not all of them are focused on the public side. And we know that we have increased this for a population of a higher income. So as for the economic ones, we have already mentioned that we knew about this. Now we'll talk about what happens with funding. Funding is fragmented. It has been fragmented periodically in Latin America, Uruguay, Brazil, Chile. They have unified financiation issues or funding issues, and also to really get some mechanisms that can allow private medicine to really get benefits. They just prevent to get a unified system for funding. And then what we're really seeing are some crises in some funding systems. Colombia, the US are usually under a crisis more lately. And these are part of the answers that we saw during the crisis, part of the responses given to all of that. So this type of response as well. We had some budget reorganizations, assignations, and also some budgetary matters for us to be able to face the pandemic. Now, the contribution, possibly the most important one, is the second chapter, where we try to just really have a classification so that we can really fund all of the systems. And why? Because we do not really get to finding that debate on this type of health issues. So we have a very broad classification of everything that we do, and most of the people are just related to, or more related to just really understanding what happens. And I'm just thinking about opening health, and I'm only focusing on the funding part right now. We're talking about classification for those persons who are just transitioning towards Brazil, Cuba, general impact, Uruguay, Costa Rica. They're different. Nonetheless, we do know that there are a lot of buts to some extent. And then we have those that are segmented in a public system, those that continue with a public system with social contributions. In the case of Mexico, Bolivia, Guatemala, and we have a double private just management as well. We have in Chile, Colombia, and we have the segmentation of funds with no solidarity channels through contributions. And the Dominican, this is a system that is very similar to what we do and what we have. And we know there are some systems that are in a very complex crisis. And lastly, one of the things that other countries do, well, Argentina is a different category. It is a much more complex system where we have different levels of government and of organizations. This is part of everything that we have been doing. This is part of, let's say, of the example of the US. Whenever we talk about their healthcare system and their some sort of park system, well, this is not the case of Argentina, but that's because of different reasons. So we're talking about health institutionality, for instance, in Brazil, as one of the examples that we've had as well. Whenever we think about that financial unification, in the case of Mexico, with their evolution, with their interaction, for them to move forward towards that interaction in general, with a solidarity, poor and rich, and the issues that there have been out there to develop a public fragmented system. In the case of Chile, that is measured as well by the origin. In the case of Chile, I am Chilean, so evolution as well, and everything that takes place in the 70s, and also some sort of attempt to try to just unify these funding funds. And whenever we talk about what we do, what is it with the participation of Social Security, these are part of everything that we're doing there. We have many more, so that we can really start getting more examples. This is what I do with this classification. This is so that we can start just making these comparisons. What are the comparisons that we're going to have? So we have the first steps of institutionality in health, Latin America as well. We have 2 points in time where Latin America are just really somehow working toward the same direction. These are the ministries of health or this type of aspects for the 20th century, and possibly the impact with different degrees of everything that we do with some sort of features separations in the 90s, neoliberal organizations. They have different extents as well. So if we start, so we know that this is a universal coverage as well. And whenever we have discussions regarding what happened in the 70s and 80s, well, usually they say we were going towards a universal fund that was funded with some general aspects and funds. But we have also focused on this type of contributions, and as well, we need to move forward as well. Well, we were halfway on the decade and we stayed there. So there are very few countries who have tried to stay there. It is an opportunity. Why is it an opportunity? Why do we say that the pandemic is an opportunity? Because we realize that history and financial as well is quite important. The origins and the health reforms are based on a merely sanitary or health context. It's not only a health-related context, but also societal, or from the society. This is not a technical matter, the technical situation. Whenever we talk about the long run, we know that this is not the reason. So I have been a technician as well. So it is not possible to understand the processes and also to understand that to a certain extent, well, right now the present is made up of the context that we have, institutional changes, so we have to think differently. Reforms are amazing. Usually they are marginal and for very specific points in time. So in this document, we're talking about the fact that this is an opportunity just for us to be able to decide what else do we need to do so that this is universal. So we're going to have this universal fund just by being really solidary and It is very hard for us to really reach universal health situation. So for us to continue working on this management and coordination programs, and well, all of this needs to be really clear with everything that we do with this public and private system. Just there's inequality with poor countries, specifically Latin America as well. And we need to have some, let's say, vaccination. Who were the ones who had access first, and then who had better life conditions, who had more, well, conditions in general. And this is a situation that has just occurred in this, like this. And now, this is something that we have really realized this is not new at all. So another interesting part as well is that we know that individual insurance is not really working with the pandemic. Also helped us it's really work every time we have a global epidemic, and our individual funding systems are not really working for this type of challenge. They're working for individual issues. As a country system, they're not sufficient. So yes, I'm wrapping it up. So what are the changes that we're going to have in this reform? There's some changes that are ongoing. Demographic changes are there already. And what you're going to find if you see other works that we have, you will see that we have been working closely with this type of dependence issue. Not everything can be part of this hospital system, and we know that life quality as well is complicated to really maintain. We have some sanitary issues as well. We know the population has increased. There are many that are related to some mental health issues. Mental health is an issue, of course, that became that worsened after the pandemic, and we have also seen social movement as well, with also social issues and social dissatisfaction. You may not defend a solidarity system. However, because of ethical situations, there are no other ways. It is one of the more efficient ways to do it. If there is no population, a healthy population, then you cannot have sustainable growth. So we have three pillars of change. We need to keep also growth. We need to continue growing because Latin American countries are in a very specific margin so that we can get to some parts per capita. And also we really need to find inequality. This is characterized because this is a regressive and positive system. And we need to really continue deepening this democracy so that this process becomes something that goes beyond what we're working on. But it is also key that we can have a context and opportunity so that we can have different changes towards reform that are much more complex and deeper. This is very general. This is something that we got as part of this work in consideration of everything that we have mentioned regarding the long term, the long run. So I'm almost finishing, if not finished. You can have access to all of these documents, so you can have access to my website. And then you're going to have just access to my publications as well. I know that I'm being super fast, but I think that the discussion is going to be the most important part.
Muchas gracias, doctor Mauricio Matus. Sin duda.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mauricio Matus. There is no question that we're having a good approach on how to address everything from the healthcare system. We thank you for your participation. And we also agree with the fact that this part of the discussion is what is going to help you supplement your presentation with a lot of points of view and opinions. I would like to welcome everyone and greet you all. And thank you everyone for being the social media as well in the Inter-American Commission of Social Security. I would like to introduce also Mauricio Hernandez Avila. so also the University of Harvard. He's a national human and technology level 3 school, and also medicine school in Mexico and the US. Subsecretary of Prevention, and is General Director of the National Institution of Public Health. And I would like to just really tell you that he's also part of the IMSS, or the Social Security Mexican Institute, Health and also Well-being in the Inter-American Conference. Thank you so much for joining us today, Doctor. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me there? So I would like to share my screen if possible. Just please let me know if you can see it. Just please let me know if you can see my screen. Yes, doctor? We're seeing it. Okay, perfect. So unlike what Dr. Matos mentioned, I'm going to just approach this nationwide. So let's talk about the lessons learned inside the scope of health care in work. Not really how COVID was addressed in Mexico. This is an approach that is mainly focused on the health of people. Well, what have we learned in the pandemic? We know that usually we as the government will not believe that, and of course, employers were also a key part of just preventing COVID. That's something happened in the pandemic, and we also recognize that health workplaces can also allow having contact with people at large, clients, vendors, visitors, in the case of aspects as well. And employees are also just working, interacting, living, and they're also going to be potential targets of viruses. It is very likely that a large part of the epidemic is going to be mobilized by everything that has to do with work. It is also clear to us that effective prevention at the workplace, also minimizes occupational risks, and not only for the worker itself, and well, it is also going to be transferred to communities. We know that they're going to be serving as parts of communications for prevention. And also in the case of Mexico, we also had them as environments for vaccination that was directed as such. So the information that was organized in work centers, at least in Mexico, here in the Social Security, we know that it was a very key component for technology surveillance and for us to be able to understand the evolution of everything that we have been doing. So many health issues, we see them as independent, and we approach them from the public health point of view, and also from, let's say, occupational health. And this is not desirable because it creates important deficiencies. And a very key election that we found after the epidemic is that public health issues, well, they and everyone needs to really work together so that we can do this effectively. So now I will talk about data and how the epidemic happened and took place in the sector of workers in Mexico. In terms of the population on board, we were talking about 24 million people who had an interaction with a COVID test. They documented that we had an excess of mortality that was very important because of the different causes. Excess mortality in Mexico was 600,000 early deaths, and that also reflects an increase of 31.8%. on what was expected. So the very first 2 years in the pandemic, that's something that took place. So deaths that were not related to COVID. So we had 36%. We were talking about 300% as well. So now from the healthcare sector as well, we're talking about 150,000 excess deaths. This is from 18 to 64 years old. And this would be also related to the expense that we see in Social Security. This is an excess of 150,000. So now we're talking about the epidemic as well. We see a graph here. This is a time graph since January 2020, 2021, and this is also reflected on the temporary capabilities. Mexico City and in the Valley of Mexico. And in 2020, once the laboratory tests were available, we had zero prevalence in the company as well. So in 2020, when there was some contact with COVID, this is just a survey. And by 2021, November, once the population was vaccinated, and then the test changed as well. So now they have been absolutely protected as well. And they also have vaccination antibodies. So in Mexico, the vaccination was pretty universal. So there was no access that was just really restricted. And it was really just a matter of just universal effort as well. So it was also part of the coverage that we had with workers. So we established this by age, and we also just were working with workers as well, and they got involved with some areas such as the one that we had in the north border as well. And another aspect that we got and that also showed the different challenges that we face as well. And we had 6 million cases, 6 point something million cases, or a little bit above 6 million, and 30 million days that were paid or subsidized. And this entailed that by 2020, we would have a subsidy exercise for people with COVID of 2,400 million. In 2021, 426. In 2022, Omicron, we had 1939. It was less than the amount because we had made an adjustment of temporary capacity to 5 days. So in Social Security, well, we had up to 421,000 cases. That was the Omicron epidemic. Can you imagine what was the pressure on the healthcare services and Social Security just by sending 421,000 workers who are just really trying to get this temporary capacity? So in the next graph, we'll see the evolution in the first year. This has been graphed in terms of epidemic index. Each of the dotted lines ranges from middle, high, and very high. That's the third dotted line. And we can see that week 2022 in IMSS workers, we also had a very high aspect according to the mathematic models that are based on the incidence of respiratory diseases in 2015 to 2019 as well. here at the very bottom of the graph. This is the national outlook. So what happens with the outlook by type of industry? Well, this is very significant because we do see again significant differences in the agricultural industry. We see that, well, it was not really impacted on, even if it was essential at the epidemiological level. Is we have next to it manufacture, food manufacturing, which is one of a more of a controlled manufacturing and also high transportation and high commerce and sale of high low, then self-service that is relatively high, and we have health. This was more impacted on. We have some other conditions as well, and specifically for pandemic contagion. So next to this health safety, we have education, and this means that we know that education never got to an epidemiological level, and this means that during the first year, teachers were at home. They were just really doing their activities from home. This is a clear proof that social distancing, where we have the protection of workers, has a very high impact on their levels, contagion levels as well. We do see a very significant difference. And in these two panels, which is O with education, and P, which is pension systems. Since we analyzed this information, we saw some lessons that were expected. So we included healthcare workers, but we also included other sectors as well. And also protection, administrative health, and everything that is related to social service and comments and maintenance workers in Mexico as well. Electrical services, drinking water systems, they also had a very significant impact as such. So the healthcare workers, as for the highest rates and the lowest rates as well, once again, the education workers just remained protected 2 years after the pandemic. So what is it that we see here? Once the countries are just really just somehow concealing what happens in the society as well. So from the health work aspect as well, just for us to be able to really help, just for us to continue just working on engineering control and everything that had to do with the use of protections, personal protections as well. So a very important election is that, well, this also represents a economic area for employers as well. And this also entails a very important barrier as well. So in Mexico, we know that companies were not prepared for this type of events, even though in 2019 we had the H1N1 event. Companies are not prepared. It is important to note that also in Mexico we do not have a flu season as well, and well, this also causes companies not to have this in terms of their prevention actions.
We also carried out some important strategies. We digitalize temporary disability, this so that contagious employees do not go back to the workplace. At the beginning of the pandemic, we didn't have any test. There was no way to make any changes. And we activated a temporary disability, so they had to, under oath, mention that they had COVID, that they had to stay home, and we activated the containment mechanisms. We provided more than 500,000 disabilities like this. And although we don't have it identified, we stopped contagion chains. We were able to support companies that had a significant difficulty in terms of costs and accessibility. We also included some programs targeting exposed employees, such as our employees in the medical field. And all this improved substantially with the arrival of the PCR tests. Now, engineering and the quick tests. Engineering controls allowed us to intervene independent of behavior, independent of contact, transportation. Large companies redesigned their buses for private transportation. They redesigned their dressing rooms, they improved ventilation, and where probably we still have some very important gaps that have to be addressed is in the usefulness of cleaning and disinfection products in this type of contingencies and emergencies. In terms of going back to work strategies, practices were established that that promoted the safety of the workers so they could keep their jobs. The first years, we safekept all of the people, or there was an alert issued to safeguard all of the people that had a chronic disease. This was a very important aspect for companies because basically we sent half of the workforce back home to rest. It's important to add the commitment of the companies that kept these permits so that workers could be absent and work from home. They accepted, they authorized this. This graph is also a research work by the Mexican Institute of Social Security, the IMSS. It's quite interesting because besides contagions, it shows that disparities are also interrelated to different risks. Here we see how the risk of dying due to COVID or being hospitalized due to COVID went down according to the salary of the worker at the IMSS, which is a very important trend that indicates an inequality and a very important participation by social phenomena in contagion and mortality. This is what I was telling you, where we lowered the lockdown instructions. 20 million workers went back home because of their chronic diseases and comorbidities. So what are the lessons learned? Well, the general strategy is to interrelate occupational health with public health, improve preparation and response using the occupational surveillance system to increase the epidemiological intelligence, guarantee economic income and benefits. And here we're talking about maternity so that they didn't have to go to so they didn't have to do it remotely. We protected the health of workers within companies. We also worked on kindergartens to favor social reinsertion and work reinsertion, and we also coped quickly and safely to the reactivation of the economic life. So this is the program, the ELSA program, ELSA, that helped us recover employment and recover from the pandemic. And with this, I conclude. In order to better protect the health of workers around the world, we were working with the institution on occupational hazard, and we also need to work with the WHO. We advocate so that the services of Social Security, which is a right, a fundamental right, to be respected. And this has been stated in the amendment of the 11th session of the Ministry of Labor, and now it includes a healthy and safe work environment. And that's what we've been doing currently. Thank you very much for your attention. I think I adhered to the 20 minutes I had, hopefully.
Agradecemos al doctor Mauricio.
We would like to thank Dr. Mauricio Hernandez for his kind presentation. It represents thoroughly the Mexican case. Thank you so much, Dr. Hernandez. And your comments on the lessons learned are very timely, as well as the challenges that we will be facing if other health emergencies were to happen. Next, I would like to introduce our presenter, Dr. Guadalupe Guerrero Avila. She is a physician and surgeon by the Autonomous Mexican National University. She specializes in radiology. In 1995, she completed the subspecialty in interventionist radiology and endovascular therapy. From 2006 to 2011, she was the head of the radiology institution at the Mexican hospital. She had academic tasks such as radiology journal magazine. On February 11th, she was elected as a general director of the General Hospital of Mexico, position that had never been led by a woman since the creation of the hospital in 1905. Currently, she is a state coordinator of IMSS slash Bienestar. It is a pleasure to have you with us today, and I would like to pass the floor for your presentation.
Muchísimas gracias. Antes que nada, muchas gracias por considerarme para participar.
Thank you so much for considering me to participate in this conversation. It has been quite representative to listen to Dr. Matos and Dr. Hernandez Avila's presentation, because it's clear to me that we have a vision that goes from macro to sectorial. And I could tell you about the experience that we had at the General Hospital of Mexico. This is a sector of a very significant aspect of health, but especially of the health workers that had to face this pandemic due to COVID-19 in our day-to-day and being in contact with patients. I am presenting you this part of my final management report. I was done on February 9 this year, my management as director of the General Hospital of Mexico. And currently, I am the state coordinator of the IMSS/Bienestar. And most of the conditions that allow me to reach this position were the results obtained both during the pandemic as well as during the implementation of the gratuity that were virtuously simultaneous. So I'm going to talk about this work environment specifically in a third level of care hospital, where only patients with serious and severe symptoms due to COVID-19 were accepted. Next, please. The General Hospital is a very large hospital. It's one that has 1,192 beds, and it's the only one in its type throughout the country, and the largest one in Latin America. The advantage of the size of this hospital is that it allowed to be used as a hybrid hospital. Unfortunately, during the pandemic, we realized around the world that we were not prepared for a pandemic of these dimensions, type of that needed the use of respirators at the highest volume and to its highest pressure. We didn't have a way to connect more than 150 ventilators anywhere because electricity conditions, volumes, and the rest of the oxygen didn't make it possible. So we were able to have up to 300 patients that were hospitalized at the same time. However, the biggest strength of this hospital is that we were able to work as a hybrid program. Since due to its extension, we were able to divide it into two parts. The north and the west, where we would see patients with COVID-19, and in the rest of the areas to the rest of the patients. So the most important thing that has been mentioned by previous speakers is the communication and the work that was held between the different health institutions. Here in Mexico, the pandemic due to COVID-19 didn't find us in our best time. Yes, we were going through a time where the population, well, we had the second place in obesity, we still have it, and the first one in child obesity. And we have a high rate of hypertension, high blood pressure, diabetes, especially, and of course, kidney and liver failure, secondary to diabetes, a very significant sedentarism. So this caused the population to be a very easy prey to the complications that appear due to COVID-19. That's why we had so high rates of mortality and morbidity in our country. However, health staff was not uh, ready for this. Most of them also have high blood pressure, diabetes, most of HCPs. So in March 23 and 30th, guidelines allowed for HCPs that had any sort of comorbidity to be sent home for a lockdown and safekeeping. This is how out of the 5,000 workers that, I'm sorry, the 6,500 workers, 1,800 went home when there should have been a hybrid care, as I mentioned before. So we had to test in staff to work in the COVID wing and in the non-COVID wing. With the first team that we faced was a huge fear before the uncertain. We all know that COVID was associated to an immediate death virtually. So we also started facing many problems where there was a denial. The disease is not existing. My patient has an infarction problem and a stroke problem. They don't have any COVID. So that's what we had to face since day one at the hospitals where they provide medical care. As I mentioned, here we provided care to serious patients. So these were the ones that easily could be contagious for HCPs. It was quite complicated to convince those that stayed because first everyone was looking for a way out. They always looked, as Dr. Avila was saying, and Dr. Hernandez Avila was saying, they looked for any justification to be able to leave the hospital. Unfortunately, yes, I can tell you that at the General Hospital, most of the workers that died due to COVID-19 were those that were in lockdown, not those that were working. Why? Because since day one, we had EPPs, full EPP, and training was provided, both in person and remote, and we showed them how to use the PPEs in order to prevent COVID-19 deaths. There were approximately, since the pandemic started, on March 23 of 2019, all the way to the last patient that I'm reporting in the period that was over in February 2024, there were 156 interinstitutional meetings. The communication was critical, so we were able to share the experience that we were all acquiring. There was a total of 15,311 confirmed patients hospitalized, and we had to reconfigure the facilities. Of course, different areas, the cardio, angio, pneumo wings were assigned to the COVID patients, as well as the new respiratory wings. So in these years, 3 reconversions were carried out. The reconversion when we had the highest number of patients was the second one, from December 2020 to January 2021, which was the worst time of the pandemic. As you can see here, in 2020, 224 beds were prepared and 230 were used. In December, January 2020, 2021, we prepared 281 and we occupied 300 beds. And in 2021, the last outbreak, where it was the less serious wave, there were only 90 beds used out of the 224 prepared. But there was a vaccination campaign already, and we already had the right knowledge. As you can see, the staff properly prepared in order to be able to cope, to face this pandemic, which affected all of the world. Now, unlike what happened in other countries of Latin America, in Mexico, we never had those big rows of patients waiting to be hospitalized because there was a good communication among health institutions. We would receive any patient, whether they were account holders or not, to Social Security, whether from the Social Security or the workers, government workers' Social Security, because that would mean life or death. So a very important aspect is that we had to talk to the entire health system that, as Dr. Hernandez mentions, was not only physicians and nurses. Here we had to be pending on all of the administrative staff, all of the paramedics, safety and security, because they are the first responders to the patients that come to the hospitals. So all of this staff was taught how to look after themselves. The mandatory use of the mask was mandatory since day one until some months ago. What we stopped using were the famous Tyvek suits that didn't prove to be efficient, and the use of gloves, replacing it by the proper hand hygiene. A very important element was that in the triage regions, one of them was exclusive for staff. So any staff that felt that could be sick would go to the staff triage. We would do a quick test when they were available, and we would send them home if it was positive. The first months, they didn't require a sick leave from the IMSS or the ISSSTE. They just needed to let us know that they were positive or they thought they were COVID positive, so they would be in lockdown. So there were around 70,000 PCR tests that were done both to patients and randomly to the HCP staff. Any person, any worker at the hospital could have access to a PCR test before, well, after, or instead of a quick test. Afterwards, with the application of quick test, it was way simpler. But at the beginning, there was both PCRs, and we did it to all of the HCP workers that requested it. Next one, please. Now, it was very important to have the participation of the entire personnel, including researchers. There were around 70 publications on COVID-19. The pandemic was a time of opportunity for those that like research, those of us that like research efforts, and that allow us to know different prognostic scales on severity and mortality. There was a study done on hospital workers where, when the pandemic started, healthy workers were taking their vitals and they were monitored with these biometric watches in order to see when, if they started with fever, could they be associated or not to COVID. And out of the 150 workers that were included in this study, there were 6 deaths. We believe that deaths had been due to the seriousness of the virus or to obesity. But no, apparently there was no direct relationship because they were different ages, different sexes, different previous conditions or diseases. What we saw that was common was the alterations in the I was going to be very technical. In the CD4, CD8 cells, the protective cells, not the antibodies. I know that I have to speak in a more traditional way, not so technical. So the training efforts, as I mentioned, were very important. No person at the hospital could remain if they hadn't received the training on COVID-19. But there was also a workshop for the use of a PPE. It was very important to teach them, to also teach them the aspiration techniques with closed circuits. And this was with simulators to prevent contact with secretions. Next, please. As you can see, for us, it was very important to be very careful of our HCPs. If there were no HCPs protected, it was going to be a chaos. Mexico was one of the first countries where the vaccination for COVID-19 started. In the world, it started in December 2nd, but for us, in December 24 in 2020, we started the vaccination campaign against COVID-19 at the General Hospital of Mexico. The first 900 doses were given, which shows also the interest of our authorities in order to very quickly obtain the vaccine. And who were the first to get vaccinated? Well, the first line personnel. Little by little, we influenced on the paramedics, not really the first line, but as it was proven, they were affected the most compared to those that knew how to look after themselves because they knew that we're in direct contact with with sick people. Next, please. This graph is a very representative one. The red line shows the cases of patients with COVID-19. This talks about hospital occupation. This is a hospital with 1,192 beds. So when the pandemic started, the fear of the patients of becoming infected at the hospital made hospital occupation go down by those non-COVID. So in 2020, all the way to, well, up to date, actually, hospital occupation by non-COVID was higher compared to the COVID. This is because most of the patients stopped going to the hospital. And here, I'm also talking about workers. Many of the workers that had chronic diseases stopped attending to their regular visits. They stopped having a disease control. So this contributed to the excess mortality and increasing morbidity of these patients and workers. Next, please.
El resultado
The
posterior a la
result after the pandemic was that the health sector was recognized in Mexico due to the efficient way in which they worked care for COVID-19 patients. Several recognitions and certificates of acknowledgement were given. Even the Belisario Dominguez Award was given to the entire health personnel that had participated in the COVID-19 pandemic. This has been quite motivating since workers have been respected and they feel part, because they feel part of the health system of our country. Next. It was also very important to have the creation of the post-COVID clinic. As it has been mentioned before, the aftermath of the COVID has been quite significant, both in patients as well as HCPs that got sick. There was a post-COVID rehabilitation clinic that we have in different institutions, but it's very important for it to be a multidisciplinary approach. As we very well learned, COVID-19 is not a disease that's only a respiratory disease, but it's also one that affects the heart, but also the nervous system and psychosocial and mental health. It was a time that you may remember that was of uncertainty, fear of the future, fear of what was next, what was coming, and the proper application of psychosocial health care, both psychology and psychiatry, were of utmost importance, and it's so important to continue with this effort. Next. These are the sessions in this post-COVID clinic. As you can see, after the pandemic, we received around 6,000 people. This is the post-COVID visits that are still open today and will continue for many more years because it is very important to address the aftermath that this pandemic caused. Next one, please. This is the last slide on COVID, but it's important to add this other element. In Mexico, full gratuity started in December 1st, 2020, when we were in the highest peak of the pandemic. So it was quite complicated to simultaneously manage a serious pandemic with the application of full gratuity of the service. It became free. This allowed us to reach progress, great progress. However, the result that we see in short and medium term are patients with serious sequelae. There has been a need of lung transplants, but there's also a full restructure of the health system in our country with the implementation of the IMSS/Bienestar to be able to provide health care to those that don't have access to any other social security. And we are reaching the goals that we have set for ourselves in short and long term. And I adhere to my 20 minutes. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you so much, Dr. Guerrero Avendaño. It is a huge learning to hear from you, from the learnings as a result of the pandemic in one of the most important hospitals in Latin America. So definitely there's a lot to learn from the hospital and from the containment process of this health emergency. Now I would like to pass the floor to Dr. María de Jesús Medina Arellano, our next panelist. Doctor, can you hear us? You were telling us that you had some problems. Would you tell us if you can hear us?
Hola, ¿sí me escucha?
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? We cannot hear you very well. Maybe you can turn off your video because we know that you had a problem. So, because you are very chopped, we know you had problems with your internet, so you can turn your video off.
¿Te escuchamos?
Doctora, si quieres apagar tu cámara, te escuchamos.
Doctor, if you want, you can turn off your video so we can hear you better.
No,
Doctora, perdón la interrupción. Vemos su pantalla, pero su voz se
I'm
escucha
so
muy...
sorry, doctor. We can see your screen,
de alguna manera.
but your sound is very chopped, so we cannot really hear you.
Ah, no, doctora, no la podemos escuchar.
No, doctor, sorry, we cannot hear you.
Si nos dan unos segunditos, estamos tratando de ver con la doctora Medina solucionar
Just
su
a
problema.
second, please, because we're trying to solve Dr. Medina's connection problem. Just give us a second, please.
Adelante, doctor.
Híjole, ahora lo que no estoy es en Zoom.
No te preocupes, voy poniendo tu presentación. Estás en la primera diapositiva, agenda post-pandemia para la seguridad social.
A ver, voy.
Don't worry, we see your first slide. Okay, perfect. So good afternoon, everyone. I don't really want to waste a lot of time. I'm so sorry, but a colleague and myself were to describe the impacts of the pandemic in 2020 as a type of violence related to poverty and to inequality and the 2030 Millennium Agenda, which is the lack of connectivity. So the poverty factor is related because we still have people with the type of problems. I would like to apologize for the team. I would like to apologize to the team that organized this, and I would also like to ask for your understanding. The lack of connectivity actually affected many women and children, which also affected care, and not only care, but also the work, because they didn't have the right tools to address those that had to be addressed, especially women. The policies that I think are important to take into account, because I was listening to the previous panel, and they were talking about this care that that was not the right one, the right type of care, because I mean, it would be the right if it addressed disabilities. But it shouldn't only address disabilities. These are women in secondary and tertiary care that do not even have access to a self-care. So I do believe that I apologize because this is not part of this presentation. However, it is important to highlight it because it has to do with what I was listening to. I think we will have a Q&A session to be able to discuss this because what the doctor before me mentioned is really important. And if you want, we can continue with the next slide. I'm going to talk about the findings that are already published. I was working with an international team thanks to Dr. Hernandez. This group is on bioethics and public health, where there are ethical and social, economic, and cultural dilemmas addressed. And during the pandemic, we applied many surveys that helped us have results on the vaccination. And although Mexico got vaccinated, they were reluctant to receive the vaccine, unfortunately. There were many factors, but the main one is that they didn't have time because of their job, because there was no vaccination time, vaccination schedules outside of working hours. So in Mexico, someone was asking, but why are you still talking about vaccines? Well, because people couldn't leave their job to go and get vaccinated in vaccinating hours. So, well, this is published and this is something that's also under revision. So, we do have to focus public policy in the work conciliation of all of the population sectors that, well, actually, more than 50% of them have an informal job. I don't have the right statistics with me, the accurate one, but Dr. de la Mora has current data of this gap of the informal work. That is not only related to that, but also it's also related to informal jobs and their hours, working hours. So we have specific elements as the previous panelists discussed. We also had comorbidities of people, of members of health, of HCPs that caused obesity, weight gain, that were having weight problems before, but which aggravated. And this is associated to psychosocial health care and mental health care. Men and women, HCPs, men and women that were part of this effort, showed resilience, and this was the way in which we addressed psychosocial health. Mostly women, men are still reluctant to looking for this type of care. Okay, so materials and methods. As I mentioned, this is an international program where also Dr. Hernandez participated. We had a conference in October. Well, I didn't have the opportunity to be there in person. However, one of the colleagues, Dr. Melissa Warriors, she is a sociologist and she's a specialist in public health. And she contacted universities that belong to the APRU. This is the University Association of the Pacific Basin, the APRU. So we started a program that's explained in the slide. I'm not going to elaborate because of the time I have left. So this study had an article on the revision which shows the high prevalence of lack of mental care. I shared this presentation that has to do with the fact that in Mexico, the lack of mental health care has to do with the lack of standardization with the convention for people with some sort of neurodivergence. That's not the way the convention is called verbatim, but it has to do with disabilities, and among them we have psychosocial and mental health. We got the data with the due informed consent, the ICF of Latin America. We participated as well as Peru, Ecuador, Mexico, Colombia in this last survey. Next, please. The results are that, well, we had a pilot test because the cardiovascular diseases, as well as others, were also related to the factors, the health determining factors, social ones, for example, the type of job, the type of resiliencies, and in countries such as the US, the type of social security coverage. So this is important in order to highlight that there are also mental diseases that are not considered as such or are not visibilized. For example, anti-age, some personality disorder, but especially the onset of dementia. Next, please. So this study was also well, the analysis that was done in this study was with a reduced sample, and it was expanded this year, which has been validated by medical representatives. And this is the data that was collected at that time, and the impact is still mostly in women that live in urban areas with their families, with more than 12 years of education, and more or less 21% receive some sort of social security, and they work there full time. Now, about vaccination, I already discussed that people would get vaccinated, couldn't get vaccinated because they couldn't leave their jobs and go to get vaccinated in the vaccine schedule.
This also led them to have or to try to demand just different times so that they could actually get a vaccine. And well, Dr. Hernandez may have different information what we're expecting as well. Some sort of lack of supply, specifically for diseases that are high risk, specifically for HCPs or for people from the academia or people who would like to just really reincorporate to the activities, such as international collaboration, so that they can jointly just really take public policies or recommendations for both countries. Well, it was almost impossible to find the vaccine of rubella in our country. And also we see that they just continued to just accentuate the different diseases there are, the different activities that we already mentioned in the past. Next slide, please. We can also say that they were related to a consumption of alcohol, an increase in that alcohol consumption, less exercise. With less exercise, I mean, not only for people on a daily basis, but for people who are also HCPs. So a couple of days ago, I had contact with a national health center or nursery where they wanted to just really take a self-care course. And I also asked that, Kerr, how are you looking after yourself? So during your non-working hours, well, you have to work in your care activities, and it is also very important for you to really emphasize on all of this. This workload is also helping us just really continue with our workload so that we can also learn how to get self-care and also to continue providing healthcare services. Weight increase in that case is also related to cognitive disorders. In particular, this is a study by Mrs. Alvarez del Rio, and she also mentioned that last week in the blog there is in the website of the bioethics school, and also a lack of recognition of the fact that there are those other findings after the pandemic, and also not really providing care, not being informed, or the fear to recognizing the begin of a given report. So we are just assuming that they had some COVID infection. Sometimes they were vaccinated, or even just by getting other diseases. And we know that people should have more coverage, specifically in healthcare processes, so that they can go get vaccinated in those locations that are close to their workstations or work centers. And it is important you have also some time slots that are not specifically working hours. And also, we could say that there's always people who are more vulnerable with health care topics, and it is a determining factor as well, so that we can wrong perceptions on vaccines. And in that way, we know that there's always damage to healthcare, because sometimes they may feel vulnerable because they may have some adverse impact. And also facing the public policies, there is no clear outline on how the vaccines are going to be applied. The only thing that we know is that vaccines do save lives. Well, usually we do have some sort of a vaccination card where we have a record, we keep the record of all of the vaccines we have had. And also, that was a finding that we got, and we need to learn from this so that we can improve as well, so that we can improve our vaccination and care system. More importantly, so that people do not fear just really sharing any sort of healthcare disorders, whether with their experience from anxiety or not only, let's say, the fact that sometimes people may overlook or forget that they need to go get their boosters, but also the different states, they need to just abide by the laws. And I do believe that the laws, at least in the slide that I just shared with Los Angeles, hopefully you can get a repository with all of this information that we're sharing, because we are sharing scientific data where we see this documentary analysis of the different laws of the different states that are really not in agreement with what happens here. And in terms of disabilities and mental health, every state is not only working as well. And the last one, I don't know how we're doing in time. You have 7 more minutes, doctor. Okay, good. Thank you so much. So, as part of that summary, we know that mental factors are not just a risk factor for what we tend to deal with. Let's say, whenever we talk about suicide, to also work with other comorbidities that are also related to bruxism, and with other diseases, for instance, anxiety as some sort of scaling of diseases that are not really somehow attended or cared for, because people sometimes fear. And also, whenever we talk about primary care, we know that, of course, there may be other cases where we may be referring to another expert, whether a psychologist or a psychiatrist, for those persons who have some sort of disease or disorder and their mental health, and that is also going to lead to other alternatives. And these are also related specifically to situations related to the incorporation of them to work, to a workload that also entails, let's say, going at lengths. And well, we know that some people will say that you would just go out to work and maybe to have some sort of a family life, to have a healthy life, and just working out or just having a physical activity that can just allow us to continue just having some care functions that can help us with some just anxiety disorders, depression, or many others that are more prevalent. So right now, the next slide, this is an invite so that we can see a sample. The sample is not really as large as we imagined. It is just representative. It includes all of the countries where all of these surveys are just being conducted, specifically in the different countries. But again, in our country, we have millions of inhabitants. So this is just an invite that I have for you to just continue with this work, because the findings that we've got with the people that we have been working with, they just either help us to check the different hypotheses with which we are just really getting to all of these items in this survey that we have, a survey that is just getting updated. Right now, we have an article under review, and then we can also just share all of this with you. The next slide as well. This is just for you to have some more follow up. And we know that we have been discussing all of this under a UNEM program just to make sure that this is not only just taking place in the pandemic, but also online. So this is something that we did, and they will continue working with this international process and program. Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Medina. Thank you so much for sharing your research. Thank you so much for just sharing the findings of this process, research process internationally. And we have just taking up a lot of time in our presentations. So I'd like to ask our panel members to get just directly into some questions that we got from the public. We got them from you. So we will begin with Dr. Matus Lopez. This is a question of yours. So, what are the recommendations that we have for fragmented healthcare systems in terms of health emergencies? Meaning, is it possible to get to good social security without that many inequalities from these fragmented systems? Wait, thank you for the question. No. Fragmented systems do not allow, at least by definition, they just do not allow inequality. What the governments have done is that they've tried to have some reform, let's say Chile and many others. They just try to really get some packages as well. There's certain countries where they have some packages with diseases. They pretty much have the same type of healthcare in the different social security systems. And what are the progresses that we have? If there's something that we learned from the pandemic, is that the pandemic, another thing that it did was that they released other diagnoses from other pandemics. So once again, they have talked about other matches just for us to just really realize something that is evident without really having this type of funding. Then we know that things can get really bad. We cannot have a positive perspective of what has really occurred. We're thinking about 10 countries that have the highest rates of maternity of every 100,000 inhabitants, and 4 of them are Latin American. In Latin America, we have one of the poorest countries. But again, this is a matter of inequality, and it is very important to have access in life conditions. So unfortunately, this is a very final and definite answer. We cannot get to levels of equality in funding if we do not have funding solidarity. If the countries that have access to good health systems, in the end, it is inevitable because they need to fund that poverty, because that's inevitable. Otherwise, it is not achievable. That's pretty evident, at least politically speaking, it is not right to talk about it. Thank you so much, Dr. Matus Lopez. I think that if there's something that your presentation has discussed are the different structural topics that we need to address and all of the other topics that we need to also foster in base in which we really need to think. To address these topics, let's see, Mr. Hernandez, I see that you have your hands up. You have raised your hands. I think your microphone is off. Dr. Hernandez, I cannot hear you. Can you hear me there? Much better, doctor. Thank you. Okay, Mauricio, the analysis is, well, quite thorough. I saw that you shared your QR code, but just would you mind submitting the articles to the group? My question is very specific. It is for the levels of fragmentation in America. They're different, and we have some different levels, let's say, for Mexico, and this is quite ambitious as well. But I do not know if you've done some sort of analysis in terms of the healthcare system performance. I know this is quite difficult, but the performance as well, they were not really that even in terms of what we achieved. Mexico has an extensive expense in terms of healthcare systems, and well, we are the second highest Latin American country. So we're explaining this. So how, we can talk about this. We're talking about healthcare systems as well, and I know that we need to think about this with certain discretion, to put it some way. So there are many things, so sometimes we're just really comparing apples and oranges, meaning we cannot really evaluate an absolute system. This is what we're trying to do with these investigations. We can analyze, let's say, a response rate to a system entry. There are many things that we can analyze, but the healthcare system in this case as well. And well, this is for us to try to really get to some points. This is a classification. So if you're just really somehow recognizing all of the things that we have really discussed, this is something that is absurd. It is difficult to compare as well. And these are the type of site evaluations that we have now. As for, let's say, these expenses, it's not the same thing having a country that spends a lot. If the country that spends a lot, that expense is also concentrated in the highest population or the richest population. So I have 83% that do not have this type of funds. So what are the analysis that we're doing? And this is the fermentation that we have as well. And so we need to fund all of this. And what is true is that this is not really the situation, because the segmentation with the type of fishes, we're not really responding efficiently or to an issue of this type. We're just really responding to individual healthcare problems. For national general problems and the pandemic, we know that this is a little bit more evident. But we just need to assume that this issue of diabetes is an individual issue. It's quite far from reality. If we're just really talking about issues that are non-individual, we cannot really look for solutions, meaning the progress that we're making is leading us to this consensus that we have in this neoliberal idea that we need to have solidarity funds. So we do have a lot of healthcare issues. We may have some limitations. We may have some supplementations as well. But there are some, let's say, financial reforms in the healthcare systems, and they're also somehow putting a lot of Latin American situations in question. This is the case of Mexico. We have some attempts, some things that have been implemented, and we have not really been able to continue moving forward. We know that this is a cycle of economy that has been reliant upon a technical matter. We have a dispute of interest as well. So I know that the pandemic has made all of this very clear. Okay, thank you so much, doctors. Dr. Mauricio Hernandez Avila. We have another question. Have you found with your IMSS workers what we have called as long COVID, or if you had some patient sequels, whether workers, and if is there any strategy for us to be able to just really work with that type of so we have not really identified workers with COVID complications. We have not identified them. And as a matter of fact, we had preparation for us to continue just really equipping all of the diagnosis equipment that was not available before the pandemic. It just expired, let's say, at least our volume capacity was not there. So we do not have any records of any sort of increase that we have in terms of communication. And it seems odd because all over the world, there's no such increase. These are the long COVID effects as well. So I can just certainly tell you that we have a clear demand as well, and just for us to be able to really understand everything and how things are going on. Okay, another question, Dr. Mauricio Hernandez, for you. You were showing some numbers, and well, you were talking about the impact of COVID, and it was by the economic sector. So can you please tell us about whether you had some experiences that were differentiated as well? So, well, we know that what's going on right now in this graph, so these are the infection rates that we have in the sectors. All of these workers also get their services through the institute, they got them through the institute the same way. So the other article that I was presenting on the use of well, actually one of the authors is Norma Gabriela. She's one of the co-authors, as a matter of fact. So it talks about your socioeconomic level and how it is related to your risk of death. So I was saying precisely, they are not Mexicans who are getting the same service in hospitals, but they do have a performance that is less optimal. So that's where they get all of this poor health and before they get to the hospital, but in reality they do not get different care by type of doctor or guild to which they belong. No, what we really see there are just infection rates. And well, that's also important to know, just like Marichui mentioned. And well, another thing that was mentioned here, when we had the chance to just apply vaccines to administer them in the state of Mexico, there were no particular spaces so that workers could do this. We had some agreements and resolutions with companies. They even got to this point of vaccination, and they even rented buses so that they could use them as units for vaccination. So that means that, of course, there's no discrimination against those workers that are part of the formal sector. Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Guadalupe Guerrero. So here, I think that what we're considering is specifically the care that was provided to patients related to, well, specifically COVID consequences. In that regard, can we believe or consider that there's some sort of where labor inability or some sort of approximation on the scope of this type of distances that we have? Well, like I mentioned previously, the general hospital in Mexico, just like other services that are just free and just really given for free. They're for those persons who do not have access to Social Security. So the COVID clinic work with those persons who are not part of the Social Security. They're not beneficiaries. They are self-employed, or they do not have any sort of registered way of just working. For that reason, we cannot really have a number in how we have been working. So there are some sequels. As a matter of fact, something that really gets my attention is that, well, this did not increase the different leaves of absence. So one of the most important vaccines are neurological ones, also mental health care is also very important. It has been key as well. But again, since they do not have a specific impact because they're not affiliated to any sort of social security, we cannot really know or learn how much it has impacted on their labor aspect. Okay, thank you so much. That's just one last question for Dr. Maria de Jesus Medina. This has to do with whether you can share, Doctor, please, in the study that you conducted. Can you tell us what are the factors that explain an increase in mental and psychosocial disorders during this health crisis? Thank you for your question. To whoever did it or asked it, I would just like to ask the doctor. I'm sorry, I was thinking about the fact that there was a medal that it was given, Belisario Dominguez medal. It was awarded to all healthcare systems. Yes, the whole healthcare personnel was just taking part of it. It was the healthcare staff. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Right, because once we started working at the very entry of Los Pinos, we were working with healthcare professionals. We had healthcare professionals who worked in the pandemic. And not all workers got involved. It's not that these topics are not important or unimportant. It's just like Dr. Matos is saying, it is going to have impacts in different ways. And it's because of a lack of recognition for those who work with limited resources in a system more than in another, with those fragmented systems in Mexico. So I just wanted to know, I am really happy that everything has been like this, and I would like to get more information. On the other hand, the questions that I got, I'm sorry, I know that I forgot a piece of the question, my apologies. Right, okay, so I got it. What are the stakeholders or the actors that are related? I'm sorry, can you repeat that? Yes, what are the factors that you identify during these mental health disorders? So like Dr. Hernandez said, there are no pieces of information that mention that there's a specific disorder specifically found or identified in healthcare professionals. But what we found is that all people from different social strata, those who live in urban areas or urban and non-urban areas, they were scared of just getting infected with COVID. And also these mental disorders increased. And what else? Well, we're also talking about stress. We're also talking about other aspects that have been just really taking place. So there has been a fear of just getting infected. There are other persons who do not live with comorbidities and they do wear face masks. There are some persons nowadays that are still just living with a person with comorbidities or immunosuppression, and they are also wearing face masks. But doctor, correct me if I'm wrong, I think that there's not really a lot of awareness in terms of really knowing who is still at risk of getting infected. Well, precisely because there are persons who got vaccinated, or there are persons who did not have that many tests available, and for that reason, they get a virus, but they do not get sick. They're just doctors or vectors. So we need to identify who of those who may just really be part of that chain. I mean, are they really not aware of the situations that are going on? So they need to confirm if they have any sort of rare comorbidities, for instance. Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Medina, as well. Thank you so much for your answer. We see that the panel is now showing us 4 levels of analysis that we should consider as part of the lessons learned, as part of the public policies, legal aspects, and a lot of things that we wanted to consider. Mauricio, Matus, thank you so much. Everything was quite informative. Thank you so much for talking about the structural changes in terms of processes and structures in our healthcare systems in Mexico, for instance, with Dr. Mauricio Hernandez. They also talked about how to react administratively talking, financially talking, in terms of procedures that are so sensitive. So in an operational level, whenever we have to also care for all of these healthcare issues, well, everything is getting more complicated in terms of this, let's say, way of just really facing the pandemic in the hospital and clinical situation. And now the individual topic that has been raised by Dr. Medina Arellanos, or levels of analysis that we know that also entail just having some sort of a table of discussion or a round of discussion on their own. But I believe that it was really important to address in this week of Social Security to just really talk about all of this. We're going to give you 30 seconds each just for some closing remarks and just to really go over the different lessons that we got and that you were able to share with all of us, with our audience and our public. Thank you so much. And then after that, we can just go and just wrap it up with Dr. Mauricio Matos Lopez. Okay, sure. Out of those comments that we mentioned, I just want to really retake. So we just need to really continue talking about, we need to have this financial growth, which is key. It is going to be sustainable, and it is not going to be there in the long run as well. And secondly, we need to continue moving forward and progressing. We need to continue pushing, and all of these negotiation rounds, we cannot have the same discussion that we had in the 70s. And this is what we have been working. So we can continue working over and over. This is something that we have discussed in the past. And the third one is that this is a matter of free time. We're talking about social mobilization and also democracy. And this is something that is absolutely relevant. One of the things that is really damaging, not only for the healthcare system, but for all aspects in general, is are the losses that are driven by a loss of trust in institutions. We need to strengthen our institutions so that we can put more trust into what we're doing, specifically in terms of health. That's something that is absolutely relevant, and that's my last comment, so that we can just pass the floor to Dr. Mauricio Hernandez. And my name is Mauricio Matos Lopez. It is written all together. And if you search it on Google, and you're going to get directly into the website, because it's been many years since that was published. And everything is available out there. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. Dr. Hernandez Avila, please. Thank you. I think that in our minds, the main subject or the topic, specifically what we're addressing, are some key aspects so that we can also improve the health of workers. Like I mentioned in the pieces of data that I shared, whenever we're defining COVID vulnerability, or whenever we ask people to stay at home, it's not just to rest, but to stay at home. And well, we wanted to keep 50% of the workforce. That means that our workforce has got a poor health situation or health condition. And the way for us to be able to recover all of this in young adults is just by doing all of this. This is a very strong election that we have in Mexico. So secondly, workers are not familiar with their rights, and we're not doing enough so that they can get familiar with all of them. So now that we're talking about Social Security, well, we're talking about the pandemic in April, So we have also classified a guideline so that COVID was considered a healthcare just aspect, just with a lot of operational rules, so that COVID could also really be more promising. And to be honest, we did not have any sort of claims, and we needed to have some proactive, just really determination, so that we can help with work, help in work with workers in general, so that we can just really help them be more trained on labor risks, and for them to have a better benefit. But again, not everyone is familiar with this. This would be our digital permit as well. There's some sort of gradient of use per salary. The higher the salary, the more informed you'd be, and the more access you had to this type of benefit. So we do have to work so that workers can really learn more about their benefits. And this was another question. Why is it that the IMS says does not have some sort of, let's say, long-term COVID complications? Because we have not really identified them as a labor disease or as an occupational disease, because that means that workers, I'm not really familiar with their benefits, so I feel or I believe that this, and in the end, I think that it's outstanding to see what is the incidence rate of teachers that were just staying at home. They were teaching from home, and then if you take them a look, did you take a look at them and you compare it against that, against the healthcare professionals, and they're going to have some difference in terms of incidence. So you can tell that there's some sort of a drop in this type of rates. So that's pretty much what is related to my three insights. And I have to deal with what Marichu is mentioning. Vaccinations with workers was not really proactive, because they did not have this publication with companies, and they did not agree to give vaccines to companies so that they could get vaccinated. No, they needed to go to the vaccination center. That entails absenteeism, for employees being absent for them to go get their vaccines. That's also a choice that, despite the fact we had a very successful vaccination program, well, even so, workers were not really properly, let's say, they were not properly saying worker at home whenever they needed to go get it. And well, thank you everyone. Thank you so much. It has been very, very interesting. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Guerrero. Okay, very quickly, just to be very brief. I do not want to be repetitive. So I think that it is very important to know that this is a pandemic that found us all with no protection, despite the fact that we knew that this could come. We were not prepared. Health conditions, mobility conditions in our country made us especially susceptible. So this would entail improving primary health care. Well, evidently here we're talking about the fact that all inhabitants in the country, not just healthcare professionals, but the whole population, really need to improve their healthcare, at least the primary one, so that in case there's another situation like COVID-19. And secondly, we have healthcare services in Mexico. We are going there. We're getting there with the implementation of this new health model. I think that it is also important, and we really need to focus on the education that comes along with health care. We need to communicate it. We know this, and we need to learn how education can be prevented. That would be a good way to have better results. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Medina. Thank you. Thank you so much. So just really making the most of what Dr. Guadalupe mentioned. This information is key for workers, for everyone. And it is also key to destigmatize it, and also that we do not minimize those, or at least to really hear and pay attention to those persons saying that they are suffering from long COVID. So whether maybe they have a lack of concentration, or maybe the fact that we did not have information, that's something that is going to be like that. So the fact that they're just really talking about all of this, everything needs to be proven, and not everything is recognized. So they're sometimes in a situation of vulnerability. Well, all of this needs to be considered regardless of their financial situation or vulnerability, the vulnerability of our populations. Discriminating is something also happens. We need to prevent that. It's key. And also working with workers in general. We're living in a country where 50% of the population is suffering from mental health. So we also need to protect it. We need to regulate it as well. There is no regulatory harmonization that can actually lead us to really work with this international commitment, and also to recognize these layers of vulnerability. We need to work with healthcare professionals, with all workers, and to recognize the right to healthcare. And they need to receive care in an egalitarian manner, an equal manner. And I just want to thank all of the panel members. Thank you so much for your words. I learned a lot. And I really appreciate Luz Angela and my dear Dr. Mauricio Hernández. Thank you so much for the invite. And thank you so much for your questions, for your attention. Thank you, doctor. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to our panel members. We still have a lot of reflection to do still on the topics such as healthcare, and also to start reflecting on how to really work in healthcare at work. We know that you have been also helping us in training everything. And thank you so much as well, just for really working with us so that we can just really continue making everything in a more comprehensive way. Thank you so much, doctors, for just really talking about the challenges that you face as healthcare workers. It is important to recover and restate that you were really facing all of this. You were part of this battle, and it is really nice hearing from you, hearing from your effort, everything that we heard from the hospital. We know that these efforts were taking at all levels of attention, and all healthcare professionals did a lot to save us. And I would like to wrap it up just by saying that it is up to us now as persons to just really give back. And just like Dr. Arellano already mentioned, in terms of self-care, and also in terms of having a clear awareness when it comes to really providing for care for what we're doing. And even if the state has certain co-liability that cannot be just avoided, we have also learned that there are individual aspects where we need to have more to become more at the forefront of what we're doing, the forefront of all of these actions. Thank you so much to all of the persons who have joined us. Thank you so much to all of the different presenters and lecturers, participants. Thank you so much. We would like to thank you for just working all together with the different teams of the Secretariat. Thank you to all of the members. And so I would like to thank you as well. And we're just working on everything. So thank you so much, everyone. I would like to thank all of the experts of the American Commissions, and most importantly to all of the members, commissioners of the Social Security and institutions, American Commissions. Thank you so much for the efforts that you have put into this so that we can just continue just really doing all of this, so putting all of this at work. And this conference has been amazing. Thank you so much for really staying with us, for your participation. We also have Antonio Eras as well. He was the person who was relevant for the organization as well. Thank you so much for your knowledge. Thank you so much, everyone. And we would like to really wish you the best during this week. And well, I would like to really welcome you all. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Álvaro Velarca.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias. Hasta luego, gracias a todos y a todas.
Muchísimas gracias.
Recording stopped.